Hello, everyone. Today, we can actually continue working with everything here. So, first time in 2 weeks where all of the hardware's not broken. So I'm looking forward to, continuing. But hi, everyone. I hope your days are going well. Let me just close my remote connection so I'm not wasting more data than I need to. But yeah. So today what we're going to be working on is Philip, thank you. I made that too big. Philip, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 17 months of hanging out. I appreciate that. Yeah, so today what we're working on is making floppy disks for this computer. Now, our primary goal is to get it to make its own floppy disk, which will be done with the program DOS in it. Now, last time we were working on this, we found out that the write drive was acting poorly, and there is a really good chance that when I turn it on today and try and use the write drive, the seek or the track 0 sensor will stay active when the head moves away, in which case I'm gonna have to tear apart the drive and just poke it a couple of times and then it'll work again. I have poured so much deoxide in there and then flushed it with the air compressor. I'm hoping that it's resolved. I probably need to figure out what micro switch it is and replace it, but I haven't taken it off because I don't want to lose the track 0 alignment, because I don't have a way of aligning these drives because they're weird. So we'll figure it out if it continues to be a problem. But our primary goal today is to get Data General software running on the Micronova a little more consistently and get a better workflow going for transferring files to and from the machine. So let's just get started, I guess. No opto track 0? No, it's a micro switch. Yay. So, all right. I get to be all fancy-like and hit this button now for this, and then I'm going to go over to here so that we can take a look at what we're doing and where we're at. All right. So I have a couple of things going on here. This is our SimH and Floppy work area. There's a couple of things we're going to need to do with this, but we also have a program that I've called Fluxify that is written by 0 ohms here in chat. I don't know if they're here, but that can let me write CryoFlux raw tracks that are, or no, that can let me convert a binary Data General image to CryoFlux raw tracks that can be written to an 8-inch disk. So that's one of the things that we're going to be working on today, is using that to make flux data that we can then write, because the whole thing with the Data Generals is still a mess when it comes to actually reading and writing stuff. Now, over to my right, you can see the dasher here, but you can see it even better if I go here Bam! Okay, so here we have the Micronova and the 6039 drives so that we can try and get this thing going. Now, just to start here, I'm going to go ahead and fire everything up, and we'll see if it all wants to play nice. I haven't fully tested this yet because, I mean, hardware's always going to make my life hard, so we'll see how this goes. Okay. Now, while we're here, I can also hit this, and now you should be getting capture from the dasher here. New camera angle? Yeah, so I just moved the arm cam back there so that we can actually get this. Put on hearing protection. I don't know. It shouldn't be too bad. I did not get console data. Ah, yes, I know why I didn't get console data. One moment here. I didn't get console data because I need to go to this. I currently have the USB console connected to the dasher, and that's not really going to do us a lot of good. So we're going to disconnect. My apologies about that, Neo Dragon, but thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, I will hopefully have the audio interface fixed over there now. Just has to be restarted, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to disconnect 7 and 6. I am sure I want to do that. And we're going to go ahead and connect 3, which is the Micronova, to 7, which is the dasher. So now, if we go back to here, and I press another button, and then this button. DZAC, thank you for the Prime sub, and for 23 months. I appreciate that. Now, let's just reset. Oh, I didn't actually have it in run yet. That will do it too. Run. Hey, there we go. We got data. All right, so we can scan through memory here. Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Fresh fan has arrived and been fitted. Yes, there will be a second channel video about it someday. I don't know when. Might be a week from now. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, there is everything running there. So what we can do now is do 33L, and we should be able to boot the drive or the disk that's in that drive. File name. I think we're still on mboot sys. Mboot sys, if I remember correctly. Wish you could buy a modern keyboard like that. So turns out there was one. Someone at the very end of yesterday's stream was mentioning it, that they had a thing that looked like it. So someone did do a full-on recreation. So, but yeah, look, there was DOS booting. Want one? Yeah, I kind of do too, but for different reasons. So, yeah, modern Dasher D60 was apparently that. There was a group buy kind of thing. I don't know, keyboard people are weirdos. I don't really understand what they do with like mass drop or whatever. But yeah, it's got the stuff. It looks the part. So I want one that's 10 key endowed though. So that one's not for me. I may make my own at some point. I don't know. If I do, I'll share files. But yeah, so that's a thing that I now know about. So back over here. All right. Your OBS. Can you hide from live stream that your OBS monitor preview screen monitor I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean that, there's no real way I can hide that because it means it's right there. I can't make it not right there. Drops marketing, bury their head in their hands at rebranding. Ah. Oh yeah, because it was mass drop. Yeah, I don't know. Drop is such a stupid name, so I will never call it that. Anyway, let's continue the boot process here. All right. Boom.
JJTV, 210 sub as tier 1 and says, end of line.
JJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub it for 38 months. Holy moly, that's that's a number I can show. 38 months. Thank you so much. Video feedback in the preview window is cute.
Gave a tier 1 gift sub to 5 viewers. End of line.
JJ, thank you for the 5 gifted subs there. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Ultimate set warning. DOS push space not previously released. Not all aboard the hype train is head.CHER 100. End of line.
Man, thank you for the 100 bits. Last thing seems so bleak with Dash Receiver T, but it's totally fixed now. Yes, I fixed it during the week. Yeah, redeem set clock. No, I actually don't know if I can change it on the fly, and I'm not gonna find out. So, yeah. Also, I'll mention there's a Dasher key set, an MT3 Dasher key set, but they always mess up the colors because they make this section the same color as this, and they're not. This is not as dark as this is, and it always just looks really weird to me. Also, mine is slightly unusual because mine just says Data General. So a lot of these do say Data General Dasher D1 or D2. I don't actually know what the difference is. It's really strange. So yeah. Also, it's not like insanely heavy. It's not light, but it's not insanely heavy. So, you know, just some feedback there. Okay, so we can now run list and then wait a half an hour while it, you know, actually lists the disk. Just heavy enough to walk across the desk as you type? Well, I mean, I think it's more that this is plastic and then this is steel, but that's it. There's nothing else that's really nuts as far as the construction. So there's no like giant metal plate behind all the keys or anything. They're just on a PCB. There's nothing really crazy like a Model M has. As far as the walking across the desk though, it does have these monster rubber pads, which I absolutely love. The Dasher, yeah, the monitor stand has the same pads on there. Maybe the keycaps are the same color, plastic faded more in the surroundings. I don't think so, because, well, here. Button, button, button. Here's someone else's image. Theirs is the same. Theirs is lighter than this is, by a noticeable amount. So, yeah, they should not be the same color. But when you look at these, this same color, way too dark. It's always too dark. Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Okay, trying to remember the sequence. Boop, there we go. One nice thing here, so we have issues with the composite sync every now and then. Because that is handled by a different device than the HDMI switch, I can make sure that that stays synced. Saztam, that's because Severance modified these. They are real Data General Dasher terminals that were modified. So, using a Dasher with a PDP-8? No, I'm not going back to the image, but it's not a PDP-8. Okay. All right, so now the next thing we need to do to test the write drive is dir dp1. It should go back to track 0, and then hopefully It actually turns the track 0 light off. Thank gosh. Okay. Huh. That means it's gonna work. That was another problem we had. I don't know what fixed that one though. All right. So, that's looking pretty good. Now we have DOS init. I don't know why my phone's going insane. I'm just muting it. It's people messaging me. Just muting the phone. Some of it's just coincidence of timing, but okay. Anyway, not you this time. It's more often Debug. They know what they do. Anyway, these are not Shugart 8-inch drives. They are CDC. It's more that the data general is really weird. If you want to list the contents of this drive, then it has to write to this one. So it read, write. So thunk, 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 thunk. It goes back and forth as it loads the heads because 8-inch drives lift the heads from the disk. Okay, so that's working. So I think we can go ahead and try something. Now, DP0, no, we need a dir, DP0, okay. I hit the wrong key. So there is new line, and there is phone, it's just gone. I won't even know. Okay, so dir and DP0 is how we get to the first drive. Now we're gonna list this. Now DOS init.sv there is what I want. So let's go ahead and try that. Now I should state both of the disks that are in here are disks that I made, so I can recreate them. So if anything gets nuked here, that's fine. We can redo that. So I'm gonna run DOS init. I don't remember if it works or not. I think we actually need to do this. Release DP0 and then rerun it. It would help if I knew how to spell. It's gonna tell me this is bad. It's looking for Relasse. Don't worry, just give it a second. It'll come back and tell me I'm an idiot. All right. Because here's the thing. If I try and run DOS init, I believe it will fail. Oh my gosh. It's so punishing when you mistype it too, because it scans the whole disk for commands. It's not there. Give up. The next command's not even going to work. Init. Because it's going to tell me that it can't run it here. DOS init has to be launched just like the sys command. I just wanted to demonstrate this. Wow, okay, maybe it will run. I don't know, let's have a good long think. Okay, I have no idea what that is. That's weird. Okay, well, let's try release with all the letters, DP0. And then we'll try and boot DOS in it. Shame it doesn't cache current during. I thought that's what it was doing when it was writing back. So I don't know what it's doing, man. Okay, so now we're gonna do 33L. And now we're gonna run DOS in it. Disk drive model number 6039 Unknown drive type. Okay. 6038. Disk unit. Interesting. I don't know what it's asking here. You know what's frustrating? I'm going to grab my phone because there's information on it that I want. You know what was funny? It was Woot that sent that last one before I threw my phone. That's what I thought. I'm going to have an RDOS manual delivered today. That should have been delivered like a week ago. So I would have the manual that tells me how to do this, but no. So yeah, here's the question. Here is what I want to know. If this means drive unit, as in the 33 that I typed here, then, or was it there? No. It's really hard for me to see that part. Here. All right. Then, yeah, it would be 33. But I don't know if it is that. Aren't these all scanned online? Yeah, but I could go try and find them, or I could just reach over to my left and grab a Data General manual. Isn't it a lot cooler when I can just reach over to my left and grab a Data General manual? Okay. I'm going to try one. Illegal declaration. Okay, 33. Wait, that's still illegal. DP1. Aha! And then command full. That's what we want. Full init destroys all previous diskette structure. DOS init F must be issued after full init. Do you really want a full init? Yes. Okay. So after this, we have to boot into DOS and then run init F on that drive, which I'm probably going to have to look at the manual for, because I think I forgot about that. So yes, I really want a full init, because what I want is I want a full Micronova ready blank disk that I can then image and have on SimH, so that I know that I can just transfer files back and forth really easily. So we're going to go ahead and do this. So what this is going to do is write a repetitious pattern to the disk for the full disk. That way it can then read it back and find bad sectors. Now, I've never run this on real hardware, so I don't know how long this is going to take. So this could be interesting. I saw track 0 go, so it's doing something. We have 3.5 hours if it's done in time, yeah. Aborting operation due to fatal errors. Checksum error in block. Interesting. So that disk may be bad. I mean, it is the one labeled bad disk, so all right. Since I have now imaged every single one of my disks, I am willing to try a different one. So I'm going to put bad disk off to the side, and we'll try this again. Well, yeah, we're going to do it. Well, the bad disk that was written on it could have just meant that the data that was supposed to be on it wasn't valid anymore or something like that. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the actual media itself is bad. Also, based off of the tests from yesterday, all of the discs may have bad media. I'm not sure. So right, really before bad? Well, now I'll just trust it. If this fails, there is another option that's going to be a little wonky that we might try. Well, Ben, you joke. Ah, so this one's going to pass. Okay, Ben, you joke, but it should be able to map around bad sectors. Even worse, that's a good album. Try zapping with degausser and reformat. That is worth a shot. That's somewhere around here. There it is. Let's see, is it plugged in? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We'll try that. We'll pull this one after we're done, and then we'll zap the other one and try that. Maybe I should not have picked full. Because I think it's got 5 of these it's going to run through. We're going to have really validated that this disk is good, that's for sure. Desk Wizard, we are running basically check disk on a floppy disk right now. Properly exercise the drive. I would be fine if it was exercising the track 0 microswitch, although it's done fine today, so maybe flooding it with deoxit and popping it with the air compressor worked. Yeah, Stoney, that is exactly what it's doing. This is more useful for the hard disk platters, but it can do the same thing to the floppies as well. Yep, Season B, that is essentially what it's doing, because bad sectors were a huge deal. So on your 25 megabyte hard drive from a computer from 1979, if you have 1 or 2 bad sectors, you're not trading that sucker in for anything else. You're just mapping around those bad sectors and moving on with your day. So being able to tell where the bad data is pretty critical. Well, so the Hawk name is unique to one specific model of drive. It is not a name for any removable platter pack drive. So the ones that I have are Data General 6045 drives, and they are not rebadged Hawks. If anything, they're a rebadged Diablo 40 or Diablo 44, but they're not in any way related to a Hawk, other than maybe some of the bare components that they use are the same. Quellhorst, even more interesting, there were calculators that used raw acoustic wire as RAM. So, Philip, when we first started, it asked for the model of the drive. So I had to punch in 6038 specifically so that it knew how to talk to this drive. I did, Zero. I have both emails. I didn't get a chance to check out either one. Oh, that's funny. It's running the full octal data bits. Wait, it doesn't store data as octal on the floppies, does it? man. Data generals are
Chef
weird.
Radar subbed as tier 1 and says, end of line.
Chef Radar, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 5 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why Saz's thing didn't come through. So, hard sector tapes, if that's what you're thinking, are different from hard sector floppies. So, a hard sector tape, like an LTO tape, has a magnetic sector strip on it. That's awesome, no bad blocks. So that's how those work. You could conceivably call that a semi-soft sector though, because it's not actually a real hard level thing. So this is a hard sectored 8-inch floppy disk. I don't know where it's gonna be the best place to show this. I'm gonna try here. So you can see there are holes there. And when you spin the disk on a normal floppy, there's only one hole because that's for track or sector 0. On this thing though, there are tons of holes because every single sector has its own hole to know where it is on the disk. So there is an optical sensor that trips every time a new sector comes by on here. So it's a difference between, that's like what I would consider true hard sectored, because no matter what, those holes are always going to be there, versus semi hard sectored media like an LTO drive, tape. So this is different. All right, so they're 8-inch, technically they're octal. I like that. That's stupid. I like it. All right. I had found, there they are, the loose disc sleeves here. So that one worked beautifully. So this one has random garbage data on it. We might go ahead and just image it here for giggles, but we're gonna run the other disc through the demagnetizer here, which if you're not familiar with this thing, let me grab a little piece of metal here, and I have a switch on this that just makes this transformer inside become active and allows me to destroy any magnetic data on here. So I'm just gonna totally wipe this 8-inch disc, which will guarantee that it is neutral flux, and then we'll try the disc check again on it and see if that makes a difference. Does it get hot? If I put pieces of metal under it for a while, possibly, I wouldn't be too surprised. But a floppy or a VHS or something like it's meant to be used with isn't that magnetically sensitive, so they won't get hot. All right, let's try this one more time. Full. Yes. That was fast. What? Hold on. Watch the track 0 light when I run it. I am wondering if it's failing on that. Does that ever turn off? No. Okay, I'm gonna guess that the track 0 sensor has stuck again. I need to get a coat hanger and bend it so that I can jam it in there, a metal wire one, so that I can just poke the stupid thing. It is such a pain in the butt to get to it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna reboot to, actually I'm gonna flux image this first. I just wanna see the random data on it. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna boot the operating system disk there, and we'll try running initf on the other disk that worked. And then we'll image it again, and then we'll see maybe if that works. I don't know. I have a feeling it won't work now. So frustrating. All right, so I need to hide this, push this, click this. Boom, okay. There are a lot of things to remember to do with this setup. This is a complicated one. Okay. So FLP, let's do raw, or K-raw. Let's just call it K-raw. Okay. Now, I'm going to make a DOS init full folder here, and then we're going to do this GW read -- hard sectors drive B track 00.0.raw tracks equals H equals no tracks H equals 0. Okay, there we go. So we're reading just the first head because it's a single-sided drive as a hard sector disk to raw flux. Yeah, Steve, it's a massive relief I got it working again. Oh my gosh. Actually, before we do anything else over here, after I image this, I'm going to pop that disk back in there and try and run full on it again, and I bet it fails. It's not an optical sensor, it's a mechanical. It literally just gets stuck. Like the contacts inside are bad. There's probably dust or something in there. All right, there we go. I would open this in HXC, but we can't see anything because it doesn't know how to decode DG FM tracks. So, all right, I'm going to put the good disk in after I do the song and dance here to switch stuff around. All right, good disk. Now I'm going to run full, and I'm expecting this to fail. Okay, it did not fail, and it came off track 0. Maybe that other disk is really bad. Okay, never mind. This thing's screwed. All right. Huh. Well, now I kind of regret letting this go. It takes a while, doesn't it? All right, well, now I kind of want to try a thing. All right. Both floppy drives are working. This is an unrelated box of hard sector 8-inch floppy disks. There's just one problem. These are double-sided disks. Now, normally, that doesn't matter. You know, okay, well, sure, whatever. You just don't read the other head. 8-inch floppies kind of suck. The index hole location is different between them. So the double-sided ones literally won't work in that drive. So here's my thought. I get a silver Sharpie and I put a dot through here on that disc, and then I take a hole punch, ka-chunk, 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 and then I lift the jacket and punch it. I think I can do it. Yeah, but these aren't going to have two sensors. There's no way they have two sensors. We can check by just putting the disc in and seeing if the ready light turns on. If the ready light doesn't turn on, it has one sensor. And I guarantee it does. Now I can't do this right now because we're doing that, but or just swap the jacket. It's really I got like 12 or 14 of these things. I'm not swapping that many jackets. We cover the double-sided hole. So probably, but it won't matter for this. It'll matter for the 8-inch drives I have over here, I think. It may also not matter. I don't know. Oh, it will probably matter because it'll get double index pulses. So it probably does need to be done. I've heard they used to make a special hole punch for exactly this. I have a feeling not. They made a hole punch for cutting right protect notches, not index holes. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mark this, and you all want me to try writing the flux back to the other disc. That might change something, I don't know. It would be weird, but maybe. Okay. Nice thing is I can just move the sector hole into the center of this thing. Then I'll know it's in exactly the right spot. All right, then I can do the same on the back. Okay. So Willie can, yes, on this, I believe it will only have the single side sensor. The other drives here, though, are true double-sided drives, and they will probably, I mean, they have to have both. Because it read these discs, which means it has that one, but it also reads these discs, which means it has that one. So it has both. Which means both holes could trip the drive. I don't know how that'll work, but I suspect it won't like it. Stay hydrated. Now, this media is so expensive it makes sense to do this. These sell for like $10 a pop on eBay. Oh yeah, I was gonna try writing the data to the bad disk, the flux stuff. Yeah, hard sector discs are very rare. Stay hydrated. So, yeah, that's why I prefer they not be dead. All right, I'm just trading out read for write. Everything else is the same. So that one worked fine. All right. Now let's see. Does it have a sensor for the double side? No, it does not, because the ready light does not come on. So it must be punched. Okay. Now, this is a little spooky. So here's how I'm going to do this. It would be really difficult for me to move the camera, so we're not going to do that. I'm going to take a lens cloth and I'm going to put it on the bottom of the tool, because I don't want to scrape up the jack or the media. This is not going to be easy. You know what? I'm going to take the lens cloth and I'm going to slide it in there first. Okay. Then I'm taking this. Here we go. That didn't go as clean as I hoped. It left some of the felt in there. Also need to flip the hole punch around the other way. That way the chad comes out. Unfortunately, it puts the thicker, more complicated side inside of it, but... Okay. That's one side. Now we have to do the other.
FLIGHP 82 subbed as tier 1 and says end of line.
One moment here. The holes are for cooling. No. Steelflight 82, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 21 months there. I appreciate that. Or speed holes, yeah. What was the other thing I was doing? Oh, I was going to put this disc back in. So we wrote the flux to the bad disc, and now we'll rerun the test and see if it likes it more. Full. Yes. You gotta be kidding me. We'll see if it fails. Okay. Getting the lens cloth in there. Putting this in so the chad comes out. All right. We theoretically have a double position disc now. What I'm going to do is get a small piece of blue tape and a little bit of the aluminum tape and some scissors. Is that going to work? That's insane. Doesn't like fully nuked discs. Yeah, I guess so. Now you have a superposition disc? Yeah. Alright, so I'm cutting this to be sharp. And then this needs to be very carefully sized. Now, on one side, I need to be able to block the... Oh, they're so close. I need a very, very small strip of the metal tape. So this is aluminum foil tape, essentially. It has several applications. In this case, we're using it because it blocks light real good. Okay, now I'm sticking the metal tape to the blue tape because I don't want a sticky surface, and I want to make sure that I fully block the light. Now I'm just going to put the blue tape right up to the edge of the hub and have it stick out. And that will block the double side sensor. So that should now work on that drive as well. For giggles, we're going to try this next. I may have to write the flux tracks to it, though. So... This is a Shugart interface drive. No, it is specifically a CDC BR803E, which sends power over the card edge connector. So it is not compatible with any 8-inch interface that I'm aware of. So what Hellencroft is saying is, unless they're using a miniaturized CRT for the track index sensor, then I think we're good. It's a 3-sided disc. Comes out, and the floppy disk has data written to the outside edge. That is, in fact, coffee. Yeah, that's the bad disk about to work completely. So we'll see if this one throws the same error. I have a feeling it will, and then we will try writing the flux data to it, and then see if it works. And this is exactly why I wanted to do this step, so that we have starting data to work with. It starts writing comments on the label. The third side is the LightScribe floppy drive, where it's got a plotter built in, and it starts just... Yeah, pretty sure the bad disk is about to pass. Wild. All right. Well, that's cool. All right, let's see what this one does. I'm going to guess fail, because I know for a fact that one's fully demagnetized. Right lock. Okay, let's make another metal tape thing. So... the right protect sensors on this are like crazy strong, so I use the aluminum tape to block them. And I'm doing basically the same thing as what I did with the index sensor. I'm going to put this in the middle of a piece of blue tape, because I don't want the aluminum tape on the floppy disk, because it's very, very thin and will tear if I ever try and remove this. So I'm doing that and then folding it over. And now that will be a good write enable thing, because 8-inch discs are the opposite of 5 1/4 inch, and the lack of the solid edge is what enables write protect. So there, now it can be written to. I'm gonna link the blue tape on the aluminum tape and have it ready to go. No kidding. I need just to unspool the whole thing and then put aluminum tape on like a stripe along it. Okay, now we're gonna try it full, and when this fails, we'll go ahead and write the flux to it. Fail instantly. Okay, this is kind of interesting. I didn't expect this. I thought this was how you would format like brand new fresh discs. Did you have to buy them from Data General? Because now this is just super confusing. Okay, so this button, this button, this button. Okay, over here, I'm gonna rerun exactly the same command to write the basic flux data to the disk that it apparently needs. Just make a blank card mask to put over the disc in the drive. So you mean like a NES Game Genie kind of thing, where I just have like a little hook that goes over it and I just put it on the disc as I slide it in there? I'd have to buy pre-formatted discs. Yeah, that's kind of annoying because they really tout in the manuals that it's supposed to be IBM 3470 compatible, like multiple times, and they're clearly full of it. That was fast. You know what's not fast? This part. Full. Yes. So I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't work because it may have a different, like, magnetic coercivity, but apparently it's going to work. All right, I'm looking for something in particular here in this manual. The init command doesn't do formatting, only checks existing data. So what I'm guessing it is this can't lay down new sectors. I think it can only validate sectors, which kind of sucks. Because I'm pretty sure it's reading and writing stuff. Okay, here we go. So we interrupt your staring at a computer doing basically nothing to look at this. So this is the Data General Micronova. I can't tell if it's in focus. I'm going to pretend it's in focus. Technical reference manual. Okay, so this is the real deal manual. This is the section on the floppy disks. Okay, now if we zoom way up in there, all right. You know, I'm just going to hit the autofocus button and hope. Or you know what? Maybe you can just pretend that, maybe you can just accept the fact that I'm reading it out loud. Okay? So, Data General's Model 6038 and 6039 diskette subsystems are self-contained IOC-based mass storage software-driven subsystems providing direct access moving ahead disk memory for Micronova computers. Subsystems store 157,696 16-bit computer words in a single block, or in single block 256 word transfers at 15,625 words per second to hard/soft format disks that are fully compatible with DGC's 6030 series subsystems. Oh, I guess this one maybe doesn't make the claim. It might be the 6030 manual that makes the claim that it's IBM 3740 compatible, or 3470, I don't remember which it is. But the 6030 manual definitely makes that claim, but this also claims to support soft sector disks, which it does not, as far as I know. But maybe we can try that here. Let me grab a soft sector 8-inch disk. Let's write that flux data to it and stick it in there and see what happens. Mangles marketing, it can do everything? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to take this. I'm just going to run that exact same command, but I'm going to remove the hard sector part, and we're going to see what happens. No, I'm saying IBM 3740. So this is the IBM 3740, which was one of the first 8-inch disk drive units, and it defined the 8-inch disk standard. And if we go and look, Data General 6030 floppy drive. Let's see. Can I find... I think we're going to have to go to Novazar forever, but Dock, hardware, disks, 6030. Technical reference, okay. Is this OCR? Yes, it is. Control F, 3740. Oh, come on. IBM. Grr. Or is it in the Micronova manual? In one of these places, it says it's compatible with a 3740. But it's not. So. Anyway. Click, click, click. Okay. Vital Kneve, I literally have a whole video all about that. No. It's not the Mac. It is either HP or, I think this is more correct, the Jonos Escort. I believe that was the first computer that had 3.5-inch discs. That sounds about right, Season B. Yeah. All right. Hey, the double-sided disc works. That's excellent. Okay, let's find out if the soft-sectored disc works. If this works, oh, that's a big deal, but it's not going to work. So don't get your hopes up. Wow, it's not even showing ready? What? That's weird. Normally it shows ready, but okay. Full. Yes. Well, now that's curious. I'm going to leave it. Well, oh, track 0 is still on. It's not working. Well, that's weird. We saw the ready light pulse before. Data journal. Okay, so that's like a pamphlet kind of thing. Okay, I think that's from something else. Yeah, it has definitely hung. I'm probably, but why didn't it work? Okay, I'm gonna just put the index 0 hole in the spot, and I'm curious what it does. Is it not in the... Because it's double-sided, it can't read it. Oh! Chunka chunka. This is fun. Okay. It feels so wrong to do this to one of my like other ones, but oh well. Okay. At least we know this works now, because it worked on the other hard sector one. It would be huge if this worked with soft sector discs, and it just needs, you know, punched. Put mirror holes in it. It's hard enough to align. I'm not doing that right now. I got bigger fish to fry. But we could make it a flippy disk by doing that, yes. Right now, it'd just be nice to know does it even actually support soft sector. Okay. I'm waiting to accidentally punch out part of the lens cloth, too. Oh, that one was clean-ish. It left all the felt behind. Ah, there we go. Okay. I'm not going to put the what-you-call-it back in. There we go. You know, I just had a realization. The double-sided drive must know to ignore the single side. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. The reason I know the double-sided disc has to support it is because it works with the cleaning discs. Although it's not like I read and write the cleaning discs, so I don't know. I know the DAC talk is glitching. I hear it too. All right, well, this didn't work, but that's not necessarily indicative of anything. I'm going to put in a proper disc, and let's see what happens, see if it sorts itself out. Oh, it failed. Well, that's not a good sign. Okay. Full. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to continue to go with this thing does not do soft sector at all. Yeah, I'm sticking with that. I think the manual's wrong. All right, where'd I put the 3M sleeve? On this disc that I've now mangled. There it is. No, I can't even hear the drive. It's very, very quiet. Okay. Well, we need to boot into DOS now and run initf. So let's go ahead and do that. It started the test. Computer, don't explode. I'm going earplugs again because the high-pitched sound from the floppy drive's killing me. Oh, that's so much better. So much better. It's still so awesome that this thing's actually up and running, man. When Noctro modding, no, I will not be. If I do anything to the... I mean, I don't think it's a fan. Error? Well, hopefully it doesn't mark that disk is, like, hosed now. Alright, command, exit. Let's try that. Quit. Stop. Stop. Okay. Oh, just go straight to that. Okay, so 33L. File name, mboot sys. I was wondering about that. So yeah, it doesn't even persist the date without a reboot. There is nothing like an RTC in here. All right, so dir d p1 disk format error. Okay, so do I do init f dp1? Well, yeah, disk format error because it hasn't been formatted yet. All right, I'm gonna try the other one. Well, it seems like that one a lot more. Okay. So yeah, I kind of boned that one. But we can just write the flux back. All right. So that should be a blank, ready to go disk. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull that, and then I'm going to image that in a second, but I'm going to put the other disk in there as soon as it's done getting the flux written to it. And then we'll run a list on that, and then we'll image that. So we're going to have 3 levels of blank disk. We're going to have the DOS init full. We're going to have the init F, and then we're going to have init F plus list. And we'll see which ones end up working out the best for like making new blanks. I'm going to guess the one that's just init F will be the best. All right. Now we can run init F dp1, and it will be nice and happy. And while that's going, I will device already in system. Fine. Dir dp0 release dp1 dir no init f dp1. Boom. Okay. DOS init f. Now I'm doing a read over here. 308K, if I remember correctly, is the size of how much these hold. So many Shelbys, yeah. Okay. We're gonna run list on this. So dir dp1 and list. I don't know if that writes anything to it or not, but that does validate that it's working. Okay, that's super nice. What did I cut my hand on? That's annoying. Okay. So ooh, I know what we should do. Okay, we're gonna release DP0. Now this should drop back to the console monitor. Perfect. Okay, now I want 33L again. Now we're gonna run microboot, which I believe will get us the program that writes the bootloader. Yes, okay. Install Bootstrap on what disk? We're going to do it on this disk because I want to image this one now that list has been run on it. So let me just go here. One moment. All right. BP1. Now, in theory, after this runs, device timeout. That's weird. In theory, after this runs, we should be able to put this disk in this drive and it should give us a file name prompt. Does it ever go back to track 0? No. That's weird. 33? Illegal unit designation. All right, we'll try it on the other one in just a moment. I think I was getting a whiff of a weird smell, but I think it's just because the AC kicked on and it blew the like old dusty device smell right into my face. This is trying to make sure it wasn't something else going super wrong. Okay. Let's try this one and see if it likes that more. I don't like that it's not going back to track 0 though. That's kind of bugging me. Why is neither of them on track 0? Micronova diskette bootstrap installer. Okay, so it's the same error if there was no drive. Just one? No. Well, this is strange. And, to answer Hiram's question here. I've screwed it up. Ah! Why is backspace home? So yeah, I also have a matrix serial switcher thingamajig down here that I can software reconfigure what's connected to what on the fly. So I'm now going to reconnect 3 to 7 here. And I've connected this back to that. So now I can do 1, enter. I should really do erase page. So there we go. I do need a term cap. Well, actually, a term cap entry exists, but they don't work that direction, as far as I can tell. I don't know how to use. Well, no, it should work. Oh, it's so frustrating. No, that direction will work. There is a DG6053 term cap entry. What I want is the opposite, and the ability to use Linux as the console for the Micronova and have it work, but it doesn't work. So, term cap and term info are the same thing now. Yeah, okay. So anyway, why does this not work? I wasn't paying attention to what it said with DP0, so I'm going to run that again. Device timeout. See, that doesn't make any sense, because it's booted from DP0. I've probably mentioned this before, but it drives me absolutely insane constantly. You think you can see it? Yeah. Right here, this is a piece of wood that is covering the joining of 2 pieces of carpet, and it is thick. And my chair constantly hits it and gets stuck and moves, and it's really annoying. So when you see me, like, move weirdly, it's because of that stupid piece of wood. Like, in the worst possible spot in the whole room. Should really rip it up someday. Just get rid of it. No one would care. Okay. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I think we're just going to give up on this. Turn off and on so the hardware goes to track 0. I don't think it seeks back to track 0. Oh my gosh, stupid chair. How do we quit, actually? Can it escape? Control A. Stop. Let's just try stop since they like that. No. Q. Exit. Quit. Hitting delete and then enter worked. Okay, I'll take it. I think it crashed, but it still got me out of there. So, okay. We're going to run 33L. We're going to go to DOS. And then I'm just going to run a list, which I believe will put it back to track 0 when it's done. File name, mboot sys. Okay. Dir DP1. Okay, it's at track 0. Release DP0. All right, both are at track 0 now. So 33L. File name, micro boot. DP1. It's not doing anything. Okay, we're gonna look at a manual. We're gonna look at a manual. One moment. Device timeout. That is weird.
Opens up as tier 1 and says 00100011. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the, what on earth? Spooky, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 35 months there. I appreciate that. And yeah, that makes sense, Hiram. Okay, DOS. How to, oh, actually, this might be like, you know, extra useful. One moment. Button. I'm clicked into the wrong place, I think. Button. There we go. And boom. Okay. How to generate your DOS system. That, you know, only sounds exactly like what we're trying to do. So this is not going to be for the Micronova, though. Unfortunately, we just have nothing for the Micronova. So, you know, this, what year is this actually? Hold on. If this is like 78. I don't know, man. Sysgen. Wait, what? On a diskette-based Micronova system? Okay, hold on. We need chapter 3. We got lucky. Now I want this manual. eBay. Darn. Chapter 3, diskette-based Micronova hardware. Okay. Micronova, 2 drives, system console. Check, check, and check. Okay. We got jumpers. Yep, it has jumpers. Okay. Before you generate a DOS system, you need to prepare several blank diskettes using the DOS initializer program. This is required procedure for any diskette you plan to use in your system. Then you can install a bootstrap root program on these diskettes. You install the DOS starter system, then the system allows you to load other programs. Okay. This chapter tells you to prepare 3 diskettes with DOS. I mean, this just sounds like what we've been wanting to do. Okay. Device controller code. Before your system can do anything, diskette controller must be connected to the first device code, 33. Check. Easiest way to check this is to skip the running DOS, skip to the running DOS intersection, and then do something or another. Step 5 works. Describe the controls properly wired. You can ignore the following paragraphs. Ours is properly wired. Okay, read the section only if you have the CPU program load option, not the handheld console. Okay, we don't need that. Loading programs. Before you can proceed, you must know how to load a program into your Micronova's memory. I do not know how to do that. This requires 2 steps. First, the first step, you turn on the diskette drive and then place the diskette in the left-hand drive, DP0, and turn the diskette, for the first step, you turn on the diskette drive. Oh, and then... What? turn on the disk drive, put a disk in, and then turn the disk drive on. Okay. Fine. The second step, you manipulate the controls and tell the micronova to begin the load. Okay. Turn the diskette drive power on. Power on indicator will glow. Remove diskette from its paper storage envelope. If you plan to... Also, it said, like, the left one, and then it shows it in the right. Don't think you've seen a disk label like those. No, you have not. And that's for a very specific reason that I don't have a good example of, unfortunately, and I'm very sad I don't have an example of it. I only have one of these, and I have been meaning to get it out and swap it around, so I'll just go ahead and do that now. Where is it? Hold on. It's not that. Is it that? No. Where is it? Don't tell me it's blue or something.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SICHER 100.
That's it.
Shelby, may I ask if you have seen my posts with the Archford computer on Usage's channel? End of line.
I have not. I'm not huge on Discord in general, so I haven't seen that. All right. But thank you for the 100 bits, crazy boy. Anyway, diskette label looks like a semicircle because of what Data General's disk jackets look like. So the label would continue this circle, and it would be inverted because this part's black and this part's white, so it'd be inverted there. I don't have any discs with that label, unfortunately.
CHER 100 Osure Desktop like CRAZYBOY 2025 electronic little snot. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for that. That's because I sneakily rebooted it in between. What I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to take out my original boot disk, and I'm going to put this in the Data General sleeve, because I think that's cooler. Even though the sleeve that the boot disk was in does say boot on it, I don't really care. Because now I can go put this in the folder and have the cool jacket be protected. And that'll make it easier to get to in the future as well. All right, that is RD3. Go somewhere in the back.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SICHER 100. It's 68K mini computer restoration like the Nova using terminals. It runs PCOS. End of line.
Well, that's cool. And thank you for the 100 bits. All right, let's continue through this. So, open the drive door, do the thing, Data General. Okay, hold on, I want to read this. If you plan, remove paper diskette from its paper storage envelope. If you plan to write to this diskette, cover the write protect hole at the edge of the envelope with a piece of opaque tape. Now we know that it needs to be, you know, neutronium or neutrino blocking tape, because it's got to be like crazy for these stupid write protect sensors. Okay, Data General supplies tape with the diskettes. Wrap tape over the edge so that sides of the hole are covered. In most cases, you want to cover the write protect hole because you cannot start DOS up from diskette with an open hole, which is super weird. Open the drive door, depressing the latch. I mean, they're really holding your hand through this. Write protect hole. Wait, just an actual hole. Like, it's not a notch. I've never seen that. That's hilarious. Timing hole in the dead center? That's weird. I only call that out because I noticed that was how the jacket looked. And I thought, oh, that's weird. The jacket's wrong, but weird. Anyway, don't cover the timing hole, the read access, exposure to the label. If you know what you'll be writing the system, writing a label with a felt-tipped pen. Never use anything else right on the diskette. Okay, slide the diskette to the drive, facing up. Come to positive stop in the drive. Close the door so the latch is set. The ready light will glow. If you left the right protect hole open, the right lock light will also glow. Okay. Just a crude drawing. Maybe? Yeah. All right, program load. Load any program diskette. You must tell the CPU to read short loader program from diskette into memory. The way you do this depends on your Micronova hardware configuration. First, turn it to run. If your Nova has handheld console, press the reset key, then clear D, then enter 33, then press PR load key. Dude, I wish I had the handheld console, but it is actually way nicer to have the console debug, so. If you lack the handheld console, I have the console. Oh, see, they know if you lack the handheld console, but you have the console debug interface. See, they know the handheld console is the cool option. You type in 33L and then close parenthesis. We'll just ignore that part. If you have neither of the above, then I don't know how you use the computer. Press the rocker switch on the front panel. PL start it. Press the rocker switch on the front panel to the PL start position. Well, hold on now. No, I want to find this out. Hold on. Wait a minute. Reset. Run. PL start. I'm going to full power off. Reset. I'm waiting a second. Run. PL start. No, it's not doing anything. That would have been awesome. Well, yeah, but it doesn't say the program load option. Oh, well. 33L. Okay, the appropriate procedure reads the loader program in Nova's memory. This loader then loads the larger loader program. Larger loader program, I'm getting the ear being like a weird pressure because of the earplug. Oh, you must have the CPU program load option. Oh, fine. Larger loader program asks what program you want. That's the file name prompt. Uses your answer to load the desired program. You'll be using the system console until you're done with the desired program. Then you repeat the steps. Okay. Shows a Micronova front panel, handheld thing. Where? Figure 1.1. Oh, that's like the beginning of the book. All DOS operations, including sysgen, will be easier if you label your diskette drives. Often, left drive is 0, DP0, right drive is 1, DP1. Make up labels which say 0, DP0, DP1. Place the label above the left side. That's hilarious. They're just like, just go get some masking tape and a Sharpie and go make a label. Okay. System diskettes. Data General supplies several system diskettes, each of which has several programs you've written on it. Table 3.1 shows you the contents. No way! Yes! Oh! That's awesome! Hold on. File name, mboot sys. Oh, hold on. You want this. Okay. So, you know, I was just reading words. Words are boring, whatever. But this, okay, this is a table of every file that we need on the starter disk. So we can pull all of these off of the mag tape and then have a guaranteed correct starter disk. So I'd like to point out microboot is not on here. So we may not have microboot instructions here, but there might be, yeah, either install a loader root program on a diskette or startup disk from, okay, so we might want to run boot instead. I do not have a mag tape reader. No, I'm talking SimH. Okay, hold on. Is there anything that we are missing from this on the current disk that we have? And Dr. J-Mans, once we type in 33L, it auto-loads. L is a dual, like, command input, but also the command start thing. Okay, so list. So is there anything on there that we are missing? All right, it's gonna have a think about that for a while. All right. Okay. Okay, all DOS operations going sysgen. Okay, tell you if you have more than 2 drives, you can label drives later. Okay, data general supplies several system diskettes, each which has several programs written on it. Shows the contents of the Micronova diskette, which we'll be using in this chapter. We will show the utilities diskette in chapter 7. Loading the utilities may also have received additional DOS software on other diskettes. Okay, so we're going to skip to chapter 7 here in a moment, or right now, because I can just open 2 of these. All right, utilities. So these are the programs that should go on the utilities disk. Okay. Check the next page for the utilities disk. So the next page doesn't have utilities. At least I don't think it does, unless it calls microboot somewhere. Because the utilities one here does not appear to have microboot. Page 2.5. Contents of DOS Utilities System Diskette. Micronova, Nova Starter. Well, that's weird. Why is it different? Okay. Weird. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and make this one then for sure. Oh, this rocks. I'm really happy to have this document. All right. We'll get to the installing the bootstrap. Don't worry. I'm reading through everything, though, because I want to know. All right. A HDD install is useless to us right now. I'm not looking at anything like that. All right. Turn on the console. Turn the system console on. How did we get to this point if the console wasn't on? Because some of the programs we're using don't accept lowercase letters. If your console is a dasher, press the view mode rocker so you can easily verify. Press the view mode rocker switch. I mean, there's a thing on the back, but it's echoing the characters back. If I put it to local, then it would double type. That's weird. I don't know. All right. Take the write protect holes on 3 blank disks and fix labels them, as described earlier. If you're not using data certified data general diskettes, you must run the appropriate diskette formatter program on these diskettes. See diskette formatter listing part number for operating system instructions. It applies to all non-data general diskettes you'll use on the system. Okay, see, this is why we need to read this stuff, because it is saying that even with DOS in it, if you don't have this stupid thing formatted, you can't use it. Interesting. Okay, so the disk images that I just made here, especially that one, is a fantastic thing to have, because if we just write this to an 8-inch hard sector disk, we have formatted it. Todd Dabby, so not officially, I'm not a museum. I have an interest in starting one at some point, but that's like complicated. But I find it important to document and care for hardware like this. But that is how I do personally own this. This is mine. So that's how I have that. Anyway, yeah, so having this, the blank formatted disk, which it kind of sucks. You know, really quick, I want to run the DGD code on this. And I want to see what it complains about for flux. If it's all good sectors or not. I want to see if that's an all good sectors read. Okay, let's not do the same thing we did yesterday. Let's make sure we're editing the correct one here. Google the part number of the format listing. Do you actually see anything for it? Because I can't text select and like I'm feeling lazy. Additionally, that's not really a complete one. It might be in some document somewhere. Listing. So there's someone on Classic CMP asking about it. And then a bunch of Korean and Japanese listings also just coincidentally happen to have that number, so it doesn't seem like it's there. Okay. What was I looking for? Oh, this. Okay. So we want none of that. I want this back. Oh my gosh, I just opened a whole bunch of stupid stuff. There. Stop searching for... Oh, geez. What did I do? You... How did I just set it to show white space? Dang it. Just close it and reopen. Will it be chill? No. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. This should move that all there. Okay, that should work. Okay. DGD code. Ah, it's bad! Ugh. And Zero, if you're still here, I know I need to test your stuff. All right, well, we can recreate this later, so it doesn't really matter, but I now know I need to spend some time to recreate that, so I will come back to that. All right, so we can't just straight up format a blank disk. Said they weren't around today? Okay, I missed that part, but okay, good to know. This is more of a learning day today, so it's fine. Okay. Okay, this applies to all non-data general diskettes used in the system. Okay, using felt tip pen, my starter diskette, equivalent, my backup diskette, okay, my system, whatever. Okay, turn diskette drive on. Dude, that's the third time we're turning the drive on. Insert the starter diskette, the drive, you labeled DP0. It said we could label it ZP0. It didn't say we had to, okay? We said we could. And I chose not to, although I'm pretty sure at some point the former owner did label that, because I thought I saw some sticker residue in there. So, okay. Ready light. Okay, insert your starter diskette, your right-hand drive, which you label DP1. Close the door. DP1 ready light should turn on. Okay. Handheld console, is there dash or iPad? No. What it is a... you could order the computer with this. It's a little, like, calculator on a ribbon cable. So you just hook it onto a thing in there, and then you lift it and pull it off. It's effectively the front panel with the flip switches, but as a hex or probably octal input. So But mine does not have that. Mine instead has a, you know, boring, fully functional serial console. All right, okay. Turn the computer on. If you have a handheld console, display. Okay, if you lack the handheld console, you have the Debug 33L. Okay. Computer now reads the program boot.sv on the starter diskette, boot.sv, types out system console file name. If nothing happens, open the diskette door, swap the diskettes, try 5 again. If this works, your right drive is DP0, left drive is DP1. You can either switch drive, left drive, proceed to change the drive connector jumpers, as described earlier. Wait, there's just jumpers to change that? Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, when I was working on the drive, I was just full swapping the cables around inside. I mean, actually, now I want to know about the jumpers. Hold on. Wait a minute. Locate group of jumpers. Hold on. There should be no other W series jumpers. Need not disturb them again. Jumper 2 and lie to, which can later allow the system to restart automatically after a prolonged power failure. No, we don't want that. That's CPU jumpers. Where's disk drive jumpers? Chapter, assuming diskette. Okay, can have up to. Okay. One jumper should connect. These are for the jumper IDs. Okay, there should not be a jumper between the following. The jumpers are not arranged this way. Insert them as described. Now find W1, W11, which are near the right hand. Jumper is W1, W. This makes the. That's awesome! Okay, hold on. Hold on. One moment. One moment. We're documenting this. See, because here's the thing. I have taken photos of the logic boards, but we don't know what anything did because there's no manual for this drive anywhere. But now we know W1 here means that left drive is DP0 and right drive is DP1. I am taking notes on the interesting things in the manual, yes. So this jumper right here indicates whether or not the drives are switched. That's what that means. So I want to go document that real quick. Okay, we're gonna do a table, function, jumpers, options. All right, drive, ID swap, jump. Swap. W1, W11. Yeah, W1, W11. Okay. W1. The hole between jumper W1, W11 is connected to W1. This makes the left-hand drive DP0. The other hand, if the hole connects to W11, right-hand drive is DP0. You can choose this arrangement if you want, which makes, that's awesome. Okay. Center to W1 equals left drive DP0 boot. Center to W11 right drive DP0 boot. Okay. Perfect. And then we'll just go ahead and delete these for now. Well, you know what? I can do W5 through 10 drive ID, W5 through W10. Wait, no. Whoops, I screwed that up. Drive unit select code W5 through W10. Let's see, you should be connecting wire. Type on the word function. Connected on W5, W6, W8, W9 equal 33 default code. Okay. Device code. You know, we'll just call it device code. Drive device code. Okay, I think that's all it talks about there. Delete row. Save. That's some real good info to get. So I'm really happy to see that. I can just close this. Again, it's why we're reading the manual. I could add a manual. Like, you know, you want me to do that whole wiki, like, reference type thing, I guess, maybe. But here's the thing. I mean, I'd have to go out of my way to figure that out because I'm not looking at this through the web browser. I've downloaded all of the manuals. So I'm looking at this locally and trying to link back to that's kind of a pain in the butt. I will do that later, probably, maybe. You know I won't. Okay. Running DOSNet, okay, yada, yada, yada. Do all that stuff. Okay. You swap them. Okay. DG, device, go back to device control section, hardware jumpers that are correct, right protect hold, diskette, okay. Answer the question with, oh, that's not a right parentheses. 1-bit scans are the devil. That is a carriage return arrow. That's what that's supposed to be. All right, fine. I'll do it properly. Hold on. It's not that it's 1200 DPI, it's that it's 1-bit color. Like, I'm not going to complain too much. It's just like, this is one of those reasons why I harp on 1-bit color so much. Actually, it's not in this. This is why this is difficult. How to generate your DOS system. Okay, this is under OS. Actually, archives, software. We got hardware config information out of the software thing. Generate. Really? Oh wait, this is because this is for actual software, not documentation. Documentation software operating systems. Wait, was that a generation? Desktop Oh, I know what that's about. Okay, generate. How to load and generate. We're not loading, we're just generating that. That is it. Okay. So here's the thing. I have a very specific kind of link that I do for stuff like this. So, insert, template, archive web, URL, how to generate your DOS system. I really wish Firefox would not treat underscores as a usable character. All right, go. Save, go. Now, in theory, the next thing I should do is click archived. And what this does is it takes us to the Wayback Machine page for that. But for some reason, it can't do any of the PDFs on Novazar Forever. I don't know why. I don't know if maybe he's blocked archive.org or something. But yeah, I've never been able to get that to work. Okay. All right, just a double check. I'm still live, right? Seemed awfully quiet for a second. All right, let's go ahead and continue here. All right, DOSINIT boot SV now reads DOSINIT into memory. DOSINIT announces itself as the vol number, your disk.drive, DOSINIT rev. Fell off ages ago. All right. Okay, type 6038, the model number of your disk drive. Search archive.org just for the PDF file instead of the full URL. That's not what I'm doing, though. Blocks the user subdirectory which contains the scans. That's a shame. That does suck. All right, type 6038. So the funny thing about 6038 here is 6038 is the base unit for the system. That's a single drive unit. And that's not what this manual's saying, talking about using. It's just weird. So anyway, they could have put 6038 as like an alias or something. I don't know, whatever. Okay. If you make a mistake typing, press the rub out key. That doesn't exist. So I'm going to guess they mean a delete. All right, disk unit, command, we're going to do full initialization of your disk. DOSINIT will ask for verification. Check the disk for bad blocks. Portions that will not retain information. This does this by writing pattern, reading it back, blah, blah, blah. Each pattern takes about a minute to write, so don't be alarmed if you have to wait. DOSINIT finds bad blocks on the diskette. You'll need to use another diskette later to run the formatter program. And try DOS in it. Okay, so that's the full thing there. Okay. Wait, copy. Oh, that's cool. There's just a straight up disk copy program built into DOSINIT. That's awesome. So what you're saying, Hellencroft, is instead of looking at the actual link, what I need to do... Well, no, that doesn't work. What? Capture timestamp of a few minutes. I can't click your link because it's Your link has... Oh, wait, I can do it over here. Okay, maybe. I don't know. So you're saying when I clicked archive, it did get it? Although, a few minutes ago, someone else may have done it. Save one time, March 29th. Okay, so that would have been me. So if I click it again now, does it work? Oh! Wait, oh, Case of Space did it. Now I don't know. How did you do that, Case of Space? Oh, you did it through this. Well, I mean, I don't have it installed, but if I did, okay. So that can manually do it? Yeah, I don't have the browser plugin installed here. Yeah, I could. I don't have an objection to that. I just haven't gotten around to it. Well, that'll be good to know, because I have a couple other places where I mentioned that stuff on here. All right. All right, let's go back to reading. All right, so that is copying a whole disk. We're not going to do that because we're going to build the disk. So that does not help us. But all right, that's good to know. Okay. Then they go through and they copy the starter disk, I think. Okay, installing the bootstrap root. Okay, this is what we want to look at. Want to put the disk bootstrap root on your diskettes. Later, this will allow you to start up your system, DOS, from any of these diskettes. Your My System diskette should still be in DP1. Okay. Repeat the proper program load steps for your hardware. Blah, 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 blah. Type boot. The file name of the bootstrap root installer. Okay, bootstrap device specifier. Respond with DP1. Diskette in DP1. Install boot. Interesting. Okay. I would like to confirm first that we can't boot from the other thing. So here's what I'm going to do. Release DP0. Then I'm going to just swap the disks. All right, 33L. That, it did not like that. Okay, perfect. So we can't boot from the other disk. All right. Okay. I'm going to kind of walk through this. So I'm just going to flip back and forth here. Let's see. Is this zoomed? No, it just needs to be slid over. There we go. All right. Benefit of hardware. Boot. Bootstrap device specifier. So remove the My System diskette from DP1, backup. This is what we have on my one boot disk. That's the only file on there. What was mine? Because I don't think mine was 7. I'm gonna go grab that. Oh, wait. I've still never put that in the drive. I don't want to. I'll just have to... Wasn't it 6.5? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. We'll do DP1. We know it won't boot. Install Bootstrap. Yes. Done. That's it. That fast, huh? Okay. Okay, so this is interesting. According to the manual, I should now put in DP0. And I should tell it no. And then, yeah, it ends. That's weird. Okay. So I'm going to run boot sys just so that I can release and then go back to the console. And then I'm going to swap the disks again and try and boot from it and see what happens. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I love this thing. Release. DP0. Okay. Swapping media, and we'll see if we just successfully wrote a root bootloader. 33L. Boot.sv found. That worked. So we would just copy boot.sv over, which we could do if we use the copy commands within DOS. The only way to set the clock is to reboot. I know it says not found. Yeah, I misspoke. That's good. That's good. That's perfect. That's what we want to see. Before, it just errored. Hold on, I want to try something. Going back here, SimH, FLP. I have boot bin swap.img. So this is my original disk, I think. We'll check. I'm going to edit this with Kate first. I'm going to do that file. Let's open this in SimH. Okay, so dir dp2 list, that's been modified. And it's possible that that's my original boot SV, but let's do this. Oh, floppy decode. It's in here, isn't it? Boot work, yeah. I just need this. Okay. So put this here. Yeah, overwrite that. Okay. And then we'll do the stupid dd command. dd if equal boot of equal boot swap dot img conv equal swab. Boom. Okay, so boot swap.img, go back to Kate, replace this, kill that, go back to here, relaunch SimH. Why does SimH want byte swapped? I think it's expecting something to be wrong. It's really annoying. Dir dp2 list. Okay, so that's it for boot.sv. Okay. So for giggles, I think we can just cheat. Open with imhex. Let's just check the version number directly. I was gonna run it, but then I was like, you know what? I don't have to run it. We can just be a dirty cheater. come on. I want, what is it? Would be like boot revision 7.0 or 6.5 or something. Partition, not whatever. I think there's more on this disk. I really think this has the actual system. Bootstrap device specifier, install Bootstrap. Okay, so it should be somewhere around here. The version number. You saw it was 6.4, and it just keeps scrolling. I'm so smart. Okay, so this is an older revision, then, somewhere. At the beginning. Okay, so here, copyright, boot rev 6.4. Oh, okay, I saw the copyright part and just kept on going. Because they're annoying in different ways than the high-pitched ringing. It's a balance. Okay, so that is a different version. That's what I thought. Interesting. So, I mean, that's the only file I have. It won't matter. I was going to say we don't want to mix files too much, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. All right. Well, that's good to know. It's going really well, Yin. We are... Here, I'll just show you. It's all fully up and running right now. That's real hardware. We're working on figuring out how we make our operating system. So I'm looking through that. Okay. So if I had done the steps up here where we copy the files, specifically this, so if we ran copy and copied files, then it would have found boot.sv. I just didn't do that because I don't want everything that's on this disk. I want to try and recreate the original disks more directly. All right, bringing up the, well, let's double check we're all done here. Okay, that's all good. So they were just having you run this on both of your backups. Okay, bringing up the DOS starter system. At this point, you're ready to bring up DOS starter system. Your My Backup diskette should be in DP1. Force boot to ask for file name, yada yada. Okay, respond with the starter system name, mbootsys. Boot now loads the starter system, Micronova DOS, Rev 3. I think ours had 3.5 at some point. I think we saw that. Control F string 3.5. No results. Okay. So 6.4 will show up, right? Why is it not? No more results. It's right there. I can see it. Why is ASCII not an option? Because it's 6.4 and I'm stupid. Okay. There we go. So, DOS. Does this show up anywhere? Micronova DOS 3.32. It existed on there somewhere. This is it. It's on there. The table of contents is just nuked. Oh. It might be possible to recover the data. So this was a full starter disk, I believe, then. How is possible data recovery? So I have a digitized image of the disk. I can see the actual data. So what this is going to be, the random stuff, is going to be opcodes. So that's actual software that runs on the machine. And then intermixed with that, we'll see strings like this. Warning, unable to release push space. So that's a message that'll pop up. The fact that we can see that means that we can tell that there is more data here that's actually meaningful. And what we're looking at are the strings near the data. And we can see things that are strange, like this alphabetical list of characters. No idea why that's there. Now, what we can do to roughly get an idea of what the data should look like, we have these breaks where there's a bunch of zeros, and it probably will write partial sectors. So I'm going to guess from here to here is one sector or something like that. Maybe just this is one sector or that. So it's writing partial sectors worth of data. So we know whatever data was written here is the end of something because it didn't have enough to finish the full sector. So we can look at stuff like that to try and get an idea of where data starts and ends. But the other thing we can do is we can extract files from other known example sets and then see roughly how big they are or what that data looks like, similar program codes, and use that to try and figure things out. Like we know this, nothing, wow, it's mostly empty. So we know roughly how big a file should be, what it should kind of look like. And then we could try just extract that data by just select and copy paste, and then try and rebuild the file and then write it back. So we could try and fake the file, essentially. We're not doing that right now, though. I don't really care that much. Maybe later, but not right now. Okay. Inboot sys. Now loads the starter system into the computer. It takes a few moments. DOS 3. Pretty sure we're 3.5 over here. We are. Okay, next it asks for time. Hours and 24 seconds, whatever. Seconds entry is optional. Well, I'm filing that away as a time save, that's for sure. Not entering seconds is going to save me seconds. Wait, can I just put in spaces? Back to Nova Boopers at speedrun save, yeah, really. Oh, that's nice! Okay, that's way better. Yeah, I'm definitely doing that from now on. All right. Inboot sys now proceeds to invoke the command line interpreter. CLI types its letter prompt. Inboot sys is running from DP0. Okay. My backup disk should be in DP1. Make this disk available to DOS by typing initf. Okay. Surprisingly user-friendly. Yeah, use set clock. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Again, after that's been run, not happening. Okay, it writes new file directory in the diskette. You must use this after running DOS init full, but you should never use on a diskette which holds valuable data because it effectively destroys all the data. Okay. At this point, you're done with the preparation. Wait a minute. Wait. My backup diskette. What is in DP1 here? Holding blank diskette. Write, using felt tip pen. On the other label, write my backup diskette. Okay. On the third, write my system diskette. Okay. Insert starter. Do all this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. DOS init, full, okay. Dialog, creating my starter diskette. Okay, remove DG starter, Take your labeled My Starter, put insert a DP0, close the door. Okay. Take the blank diskette, which you labeled My Backup, insert DP1. Okay. Full init, remove, insert My System. Okay. I wanted to make sure we didn't do copy on the My diskette in the manual, because I'm guessing this just straight copies all of the binary data, not copies files. And I was confused why we were running initf on a disk that was just binary copied. And I was wondering if maybe it copies all the data, but then it doesn't update the table of contents, so we have to initialize the table of contents with initf. But no. It all tracks. Okay. Okay, invokes CLI initf on the backup diskette. That's fine, whatever. You must use this after running DOS init full command, but you should never use it on a diskette which holds valuable data. It destroys all the data. Okay, at this point you're done with the preparation. If you want to generate a tailored system, now go to chapter 5. If you want to rest for a while, type release DP0. This terminates DOS operations, DOS displays, master device release, and halts. Later you'll need to bring mboot sys up again, generate your tailored system to use a normal program load sequence covered at the beginning of chapter 5. Table 3.3 summarizes the steps you need to run DOS init, install Bootstrap, install the starter system on a diskette. When you have a DOS system running, you need not execute all these steps to ready a diskette. Instead, you can use CLI command boot DOS init to run DOS init or boot. Oh, okay. So from here, we can boot DOS init. And then it should effectively replace the currently loaded system. That's awesome! You know how EFI systems have the ability for you to set the next boot EFI device? Micronovas were doing it in 1978. EFI's for nerds. So, we're gonna do stop. Actually, I don't think we could get out of this. I think this is the one that we can't escape. Hold on. So let's try 60, 95. Ooh. I want to continue, but I don't really want to kill all my drives, so we're not gonna do this. That's interesting, though. Here's my first real reboot. Can't believe we peaked in 1978, yeah. Vorpal Sword, before even just Linux, you could do that to boot Linux from a Windows CE device by just running an executable that would replace the Windows environment in RAM. So there's been lots of ways to do that. And I was just joking. All right, well, that's a very cool feature, though. Okay. So we can probably use boot for anything that has the whatever one boot bit thing set. So, all right. All right. So this is the Cliff Notes version of everything that we just did, essentially. All right. So it's saying Chapter 5 for Sysgen. What's Chapter 4? Diskette-based Nova hardware. So I'm going to guess this would be like your Nova 3 and 4. I wonder what's different. Set the data switches to awful nonsense. That's what's different. Got it. Okay. Yeah. This is, it may seem weird. I don't know how easy it's going to be able to bring up the Nova 4X. I'm getting the feeling that the Nova 4X might be as hard to use as this. I'm not looking forward to it. Because I always thought, like, oh, the Micronova is a weird one. The 4X is going to be the easy one. But the 4X lacks a front panel. And there doesn't seem to be as much documentation about the 4X as anything else. Nova 4. I can't remember if the plain 4 has a lack of front panel. I think it does lack front panel. So hopefully the serial console on it is good. All right, we're going to skip to chapter 5. All right, generating tailored DOS system, although we're not really going to do this right now. Let's read into this a bit. We're at the point now where I don't want to try and work on this because I need to make the disks for the part that we just skipped past. Basically, we're going to do everything that we just read about in SimH. Can we run the Micronova ones in SimH? Can we see PDF? No. Okay, yeah, I'll do it. Now, if you're generating a hard disk system, no, we don't want that. For diskette-based system, that's what we want. Let's tell sysgen to place files on DP1. Sysgen, yeah. See, this is one of the things I was missing before. Okay. I'm curious. I want to try something. Data general, SimH. Let's go back to editing this. Let's pick a different floppy. Let's go for the... Actually, we have a hard drive, so it doesn't really matter. Now let's just run it. Okay, so now we're in more SimH land for the stuff we're looking at here. So I want to try... this. dir dp1 list. So these are Micronova files here. Can I boot, halt? That's what I thought. eboot sv not found. Was that here? It may not like it not being in the first boot device. Oh my gosh, this is really bad. Control S. I thought we could search. Apparently not. All right, well, that's not going to work. Dr. Jamin's place is kind of what we are literally the next generation after not having the switches. One generation. That's it. And I have computers in this office that do have those. I also have the Nova 3 front panel, which at some point we're going to hook up to SimH, because that's going to be awesome. I'm getting much more comfortable with how we can do that. Which Micronova is this one? This is the first Micronova. So if you're looking at MP100 or MP200, it's not those. Would I prefer switches? I want both. Yeah, I do have an MSI, yes. See, the thing about having switches is that it means that it is a full manual process. You cannot automate it. I mean, you could put like relays or something in there, but I'm probably going to set this thing up in such a way that it can be fully automated at some point. That's why I wrote the software for controlling it in Python. Not being able to do that with switches kind of sucks. I think it's the second edition of the first Micronova. There's an earlier one with more of a panel according to some of the doc. So I'm talking specifically about the CPU card, but I don't think there is a different panel. I've never seen a record of a different panel. I do know the Nova 1200. The Nova 3 also had switches. Here, you're just going to make me go grab it and show you. We are currently using a Micronova. I also have a Nova 4X. This is the front panel for the Nova 3. It has switches. So if we went back one generation from my Nova 4 over there, we would have switches. It may be possible to make a serial interface for that, by the way, that could control the Micronova. And I may do that. That might also be the way that interface with SimH as well, because I can run the Micronova ROM in SimH. Okay, system generation. Let's go ahead and read through this. Okay. Let's start here. Your next task is generate tailored DOS system. You got to make sure it fits, you know, like the right hem incising, you know. If the DOS starter system is running, skip to the next section. If the DOS starter system is not running, bring it up by executing the program load steps. Yeah, if it's not running, do the things that we said before. Got it. Okay. Now, if you're generating a hard disk system, do some complicated stuff. For diskette-based system, you must tell sysgen to place system files on DP1, my backup diskette, because because DP0, my starter diskette, doesn't have room for the new system and the system generation files. So this is the problem that we were having before and why we needed to get the second drive working. It's telling us this right here because the starter disk doesn't have room for the new system files. So we have to tell it to put the DP1 on the next one. I don't know what the other stuff is. Options, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Maybe you have to put all that? I'm not really sure. Oh, it's saying to copy those files, isn't it? I don't know. Okay. Instruct sysgen for either system. Your command instruct sysgen to generate new system under the file name sys.sv with an overlay file under overlay file. Sysgen. What's an overlay file? I wonder if it describes that somewhere because I don't know what that is. Sysgen will store the dialog file, which is your record of sysgen, under sys.sg, and load the map file, which you use to patch the system under syslm. Okay. You choose any unique file names out of sys, perhaps one that identifies the new system, for example, small.sys. Note that sys is the default name for disk bootstrapping. Naming your system sys can make starting the system easier. Never give a new system the name of an existing system. If you do, the old system will be deleted and replaced with a new one. I mean, well, that sounds useful at some point. Okay, sysgen dialog. Okay, do the things it asks you. Questions about your hardware configuration, software features you want. Some answers will be obvious, others less obvious, but we recommend general answers to less obvious questions if you're unsure. Device primary, secondary, specify primary. All of your answers to sysgen are numeric and in decimal unless otherwise noted. Make any, if you default any answers by only typing return. Sysgen takes this as 0 answer, although bullets identify the sysgen questions below. Oh, bullets, they mean in the manual. No bullets appear on your screen, okay. If you change your mind about the features you want, type Control A, hold Control, press A. This interrupts sysgen. Yeah, Control A is the command, like, cancel type thing in Data General Land for some reason. So interrupt sysgen gives you CLI R prompt, so you can give sysgen command. Again, Control A only works within DOS, though, as far as I understand. So that's why the, like, boot or whatever, we can't get out of. So. These chunks are overlay files. Yeah, you had to build your program grouping functions. Chunks, each chunk reloaded, unloaded. That's weird. I don't fully understand that. I will have to relearn it more. Okay, sysgen first says, blah, 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 valid answer, parentheses, core storage in thousands of words. It's amount of memory your computer has, multiple, blah, blah, blah. If it has 32K words, type 32K. It's a system for a micronova. Okay, I'm really curious to see what it says about this. Generate a micronova DOS system, answer 1. For Nova system, answer 0. If you specify Nova system, sysgen skips the next 3 questions. Okay. Okay. Handheld console or console debug. You want the new systems for either of these micronova features. I don't know how it supports it, because that runs at like a higher level, doesn't it? Or maybe if a program crashes, it will drop down to that for debug purposes. That would be kind of cool. Okay, maybe that's what it does. I would be answering yes to this. Okay, if you have handheld console 1, specify DG interface console. If you lack the handheld console or want to program the handheld console via your own interrupt handler, answer this. Use standard. Okay, so since I have the console ROM, I would say no, I presume. 601. Hiram, you can also just look at my card. If you go to my wiki, you can just see photos of everything. So you can look and see that it's the 601 right there. Oh, I guess I closed that. Whoops. Okay. These are menu options, but I've never really known. Also, this skipped a question. In this, when we go to generate something, dir dp1 sysgen, okay, we enter 32. It asks if it's a micronova. We say yes. Then it asks processor type. We're not getting that question asked here. Yeah, it's got to be a different version of sysgen that they're documenting, which kind of sucks because I was hoping to get a correct question or answer for this. But I'm going to guess we're other because we're not an MP100 or an MP200. Yeah, Hiram, the documentation is not good. It's just not. There are holes in it, and then the actual documents themselves I find lacking. Okay. Let's see. Number of diskette enclosures. Answer the number of diskette enclosures you want. Each micronova enclosure can have 1 or 2 drives. The first enclosure, which you've been using up to this point, has drive DP0 and has a second drive DP1. The enclosure has device code 33 octal. The second enclosure, device code 73 octal, has DP2, and if it has a second drive DP3, third is blah, 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 blah. If you answer 0, new system will support hard disks only. You will not be able to access diskettes from it. Yeah, we don't want that. Number of drives for enclosure, number 1. Respond to the number of drives. You must specify at least 1. Specify more than 1 enclosure system. Answer this question for all of them. Okay. Number of diskette cartridge. Okay, sysgen now asks this question. Okay, I'm curious if this specifies anything about... Doesn't look like a 6095. Do I know the processor type? For the answer to this question, I know it is other, but it doesn't ask anything else. If we type other, that's it. That's all it does. Sub-variant or new model every 6 months. Documentation appears not to have kept up. Yeah. Well, there's probably new documentation available. Not that necessarily everyone got it. I have no idea what documentation the original owner of this system may or may not have had. I got none with it. And I didn't think to ask for any when I was there. Now I would, but then, no. It didn't occur to me. Okay. System asked this question, and the next two for Nova systems only. Let's just run through. We're not using that. Number of 6038 diskette enclosures. Well, we'll just say 1, 2. Soft error reporting, which this didn't ask about, and we have no idea. Oh, that's... Okay, I'm really enjoying going through this, actually. So we might run this again and pretend we're doing the 4X in a moment. We'll finally know what a soft error reporting is? No, because it's not in this. That's what I'm saying. So here it asks number of 6038 diskette enclosures. This doesn't mention the 6038 part because we are using a newer version. So I think this manual applies. What do you mean? Oh, it's all the way down there, but that's for the 6045, but okay. Soft error reporting. Pertains to diskettes only, thus you should consider answering one only if you plan to run diskettes or any system, blah, 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 blah. DOS will monitor soft errors on each diskette. Note all errors are in an error table on diskette and report each error to the console. DOS requires an extra stack, described later. We're going to know what stacks are. To record and report errors. If you omit this feature, DOS will ignore all soft errors on diskettes. The new system, well, what's a soft error? The new system will run diskettes. We recommend you answer 1 unless your memory requirements are very critical. Soft errors are described in Diskette Considerations Appendix of the DOS Reference Manual. So we need more books. Reading is not hard. You guys are reading ahead. That is distinct from what I am doing. I am very deliberately not reading ahead. When you guys read ahead and mention things that are not where I'm at, you throw me off. It's better if you guys don't do that. I'm trying to go through this linearly so that I can figure things out. But what I was saying is still true. No, I never went down to this page. I was still on this page. Or at least I wasn't reading that page. I may have scrolled here because I was bringing this up higher, but anyway. I do it linearly because we have found so many things already by going linearly. Anyway, what I was trying to say when I was interrupted, and to be clear, I'm not actually mad about it. I'm trying to do things in a particular way so that I can actually learn how to do this stuff. Okay, this is important. I need to know what I'm doing. So anyway, this is a different version. This manual describes a different version of this software. I'm guessing that this manual is for the version of the software that was being used with this system. The version 3.35, I think it was, or whatever it was. Because number of diskettes and enclosure, this is a question specific to the Micronova, does not specify 6038 here. This question here is asking about Nova controllers, which is very interesting. This also doesn't ask about the soft sector stuff here, or it's assuming that we'll see it down below. So I'm going to hit yes. Number of 6095 disk controllers. Okay, so this, does this ever ask this? I'm going to scroll ahead. Number of 6095 controllers. Okay, ask this question. P95 controller runs one dual platter, hard disk DOS. If you want the new system to support your current equipment, you must answer. This system's okay. Sysgen, if you have one. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to cancel this. Control A not work in SimH? Okay, well, we can cancel this the other way. By crashing it and restarting it. I want to see this. Yeah, it won't boot with that set because there's no hard disk. Okay. Dir DP1 sysgen file already exists. Delete sysgen. Why? Wait. Why is it like this? Ah! What do you mean file already exists? Clear sysgen. Clear sysgen dot sv. Sysgen. RDOS kinda sucks. Release releases the drive, not a file. If I had, no, it's not because I released the drive. Somehow sysgen is modifying itself when I run it. So now if I do dir dp1, because I just reset the drive essentially, I can run sysgen again and it'll work. So we're gonna say 32. Is it a micronova? Let's do no. Number of disk controllers. Okay, so we're on a different path now. Just disk controllers. 1, 2. Let's say 1. What? Does it require 1? I mean, I guess if we're sysgenning, it has to go on something. All right, that's fair. Primary or secondary, we'll go primary. Number of drives for controller, let's go with 1. Let's go with 1. Or any 6045 type. I don't know what it does, DJ man. There's not a really great way for me to know. I mean, if it says it was modified just now, then probably. Okay, yeah, it says it's modified just now, so I guess. But I don't know why it's modifying the executable. That's the thing that's really frustrating. Okay, so it asks about, let's say yes. Any 6030 type. Well, we told it we only have 1 drive, so the answer would be no. All right. So Nova 4X over there has a 6045. And we currently believe the 6045 in it and the 6095 that I have in the Micronova use the same command set. So far, this seems smart enough to know to distinguish them. I was trying to see if I could glean any more information out of this using that. So let's say no. Enter bad block size, 0, whatever. Number of stacks. Okay, then we're on to the other stuff. I don't know. Okay. Let's go back to reading. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I get anything else out of that. I was wondering if there might be some kind of similarity here between the two. Let's see. Primary drive controller which has been using up to this point is a device 33 code octal. Okay, that's good to know. On the 4X, the boot drive will also be 33. Ooh. We could go check right now if the Micronova or the Nova 4X boots off of the 6045 or the 6103. by checking what the device code is. That's not true. I'm wrong. Never mind. Config is part of the executables. Edit the executable extract config away from server files. I have no idea. If any of the drives is a hard disk, the fixed platter is F. Hold on. This is weird. Then using drives code, it can handle drives, DP0. If any of the drives is a hard disk, the fixed platter is DP0F, DP01F. Okay. Select the disk number via thumb wheel. Selects 0, 1 selects number 1, and so on. The secondary controller can handle any drives 0 through. Is it saying there's only 4 on there? Okay, I'm gonna go spin the wheel just so I know. I think both are set to 0 right now. Yeah, it's 0 through 3. Okay, that's good to know. Is that down farther? For the 6095? Somewhere? Or where did you see that, Peter? HD will be DH0 and device code 27. Got that from the source code tape. That's concerning. I don't like that. Well, actually, it has to be different. Oh, man. Wait a minute. Oh. Yeah, it has to be completely different. On the 4X, it's the same controller for the hard drive and the floppy drive. But it's not the same controller on the Micronova because the controller is built into the drive. So they would have to have different unit select codes. So I'm looking at the Micronova technical manual now, which is going to have the default unit or device codes for everything in here. And I just want to see the 27 for the 6095. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just I want to see it. Because that will matter for how the software I write for imaging drives works. All right, pretty sure it's in here. It's probably in the back. I'm just flipping through the whole thing. Really wish this stupid manual didn't use these weird double pages. I have the Micronova programmer reference manual here, and it's single pages. So what I did is I individually page protected every single page in here. So when I'm eating a cheeseburger or something and I got ketchup on my fingers, I can still go and read the Micronova manual because I'm just going to get the ketchup on the plastic. It doesn't matter. But on the other ones, because I can't page protect a like a 2-sheet thing, I couldn't do that. Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, knowing more about this stuff really helps. High bit set for high-speed device. Yeah, that makes sense. So when in the manual they do this kind of thing, okay? You're not gonna be able to see this for squat. I'm just gonna pull it back. It's gonna be out of focus. This is like a fun, friendly drawing of how the logic is laid out on here. And this represents the async card. If we go a couple of pages forward to the diskette section, you'll see that it's literally on top of the drives. that they're showing this, because this is the drive controller. It's built into the drives. It's just kind of funny that they show it in the fluffy, fun way like that. This does not cover the hard drive at all, by the way. It doesn't even acknowledge that the hard drive exists. Yeah, it's going to be in the very back for the codes. Page 2.3 has that for hard drive? Okay, that's good to know. Alright. Got some info on the chassis. By the way, you get this configured a whole bunch of different ways. It's crazy. I think you can get it with 3 backplane cages. Like, it's just nuts. Power supply. Doohickey, I don't want that. Wait, it doesn't have the unit codes anywhere in here. What? It's not in that at all. Maybe it's in the programmer manual. I know what you're talking about, Peter. I'm just curious if it's mentioned in this anywhere. There's a table of instruction execution times. Okay. An ASCII table. Octal conversion. Standard I/O device codes. Okay. So 27 is not mentioned here. That's why I wanted to look. So 33 DKT diskette, all right? 27 is blank. They don't cover it at all in this. And that's why I wanted to look, because this is the table that I've been referring to for that kind of stuff, and it's just not mentioned. So that's why that was such a shock to me. So yeah, that's really, really good to know. Almost to the point where I may make a copy of this page and update it. Okay, well now I'm satisfied that I found that. Ah, stupid piece of wood. I hate them so much. Maybe I should get one of those hard chair mats. But I hate them so much. All right, anyway, so that's all irrelevant here. Anyway, what I was trying to really understand here is the fixed disk drives have 2 drives to them. So do they count as DP0 and DP1 for the 6045s? That's what I didn't understand when I was reading through this like 3 times in a row. Okay, the secondary controller device code, blah, 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 blah. Okay, answer with number of controllers, not drives. You want new system support. Must type at least 1. If you answer 1, SysGen asks, show PDF again. Oh, but the PDF's so boring. Good catch, thank you. Yeah, so this isn't covering if any of the drives is a hard disk. The fixed platter. Oh, okay, maybe removable platter is DP0, fixed platter is DP0F. Okay, that's my headcanon for right now at least. Yeah, okay, Peter, that makes sense. So both. F just means the one under. Okay. That's exactly what the manuals say? Okay. So, in theory, if we get the Micronova to boot, I could copy the data using DOS in it. If we get the hard drive spun up with it connected. I'm just thinking about this. Trying to think if there is a path where I don't have to. Dr. J-Man, it's literally a Phoenix drive, yes. That's actually correct. Well, I think, yes, Phoenix. What, Waddington? Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months. I appreciate that. Yes, it is the Phoenix drive. I had to think about it. So the 6045, what it's asking here is the Phoenix drive. The 6103 is the Echo drive, and I think I specifically have the Echo 2 drive. So I have both of those. Jarek, I'm not saying I'm going to just go turn on the hard drive and, just YOLO it. What I'm saying is maybe I don't have to spend 3 months learning data general assembly and making a disk imaging program. I'm wondering if maybe there's a way I could use DOS init to clone the data in a way that I could read in other methods. But I'm not connecting it here. So it has a way of reading the data at the binary level, but I don't know that I can send it anywhere useful. Also, if you guys are in the Discord server, and DG General Coley over there has a 4, and they were able to load BASIC off of just serial by pretending it was a paper tape. And if we could load my disk imaging program that way, but we can't load anything DOS related that way because it's not called POS. So it needs editable stuff. So, yeah. All right. All right, well, that was enlightening. Let's go ahead and continue. When we do the 4, we'll only have 1 controller, which, well, actually, that's not quite true. Ooh, actually. Yeah, I think about that. How does it handle? Oh, my gosh. Phew. How does it access the 6103? That's going to be complicated. That's a problem for later. Let's not think about that right now. Let's just not worry about that at all. So 6045 type. Yeah, that's that. Okay. Okay. Specified cartridges controller is similar. Sysgen ask number of drives available or number of drives controller 2 or any 6045. Okay. Soft error reporting should pertain to diskettes only, thus you should consider answering. Why is it only diskettes? That doesn't matter. Okay, 6095 disk controllers. Each Micronova 6095 disk controller runs one dual platter disk subsystem. All right, I gotta get a question answered. It's been bugging me for a while. So, right here, that's the 6095. I don't have a better camera angle. I'm sorry. Actually, I could have a better camera angle. This is like the one time we could have a really good camera angle. Boom. We're not powering it up, don't worry. Okay. 6095, 6045. I believe they are mechanically identical, but it's been a while. And I think on the back of this drive, it actually says it is a 6045. I want to see that. So I'm going to push this forward a little. Not a lot, because it will tip the rack. And I want to see the back of, oh, that's right. The controller for this one is on the drive itself. It's not on the rails. So pushing it forward doesn't actually help me at all. All right, get back here. Can I see anything behind the... What was that? That was my beige filament that I haven't used. Are there any stickers behind the controller? Not that I can see. There better not be anything on the bottom. Ah. Nope, not that. I don't think there is. All right, no. Nothing there. It would just be really nice to know for sure that they're identical. I'm confident, or I'm fairly confident that they are. It's just so weird. Okay. What is all on the stack? I don't know. Octothorpe. Okay. Back to manual. Back to webcam. One dual pack subsystem. I would just like somewhere in some manual for it to say the 6095 is compatible to 6045. That would make me so happy. Just once. All right, we assume the first device subsystem is connected to code 27 octal. There we go. So not listed on the paper manual that I showed you. Okay. System will only support this subsystem on the second controller. Only if the system will support a disk subsystem on the second or only device. What? Okay. You have one wants to know primary or secondary. Primary or secondary? Ben, what we have found is a source listing with some information about the 6095 where the commands match the 6045, but do not match the 6038. So it seems like the 6095 uses 6045 commands. Again, I would just like to see the manual, a document, directly say the 6095 is compatible with 6045 software. That's all I would like to see. But now I'm also device primary or secondary. Yeah, they can't. No, it's not the 6038. It's definitely not that. I mean, they don't plug. It's completely different. And what Vorpal Sword is kind of indicating is what I'm slightly different. Buy spare, test your own spare. Yeah, okay, sure. Let me just go buy a 6030 plain as well. Then I could just boot floppies on the 4X. Yeah, it's easy. Okay, I'm going to go look at it one more time just because this primary secondary thing is confusing. There's only one drive connector on the controller. Yeah. I don't get that. Ow. So, let me just bring up a thing. No. If system support, just second controller only, device primary or secondary. So it's number of controllers here, and then device, primary or secondary. Assume that your disk subsystem is connected to the first controller on device code 27. If you want the system to run your current equipment, you must type a 0. If the system will support a disk subsystem on the second controller only. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, this is stupid. I think this makes about as much sense as having your PC BIOS support having the floppy controller at the secondary address. I think that's what this is saying. Basically, you only have one controller, but it's at the secondary address. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, we're disregarding that. That's an awful option, but whatever, fine. I thought it was something to do with 2 drives on one controller, which makes sense, unlike that, which doesn't. Whatever. Unless I had multiple peripherals that use the same code, but no. Anyway. Enter bad block size. I don't really care that much about that right now. Okay, number of stacks. DOS uses stacks to handle disk access and system calls. The number you specify determines how many devices and system task operations DOS can run concurrently. Each system call issued by a user requires a stack. A task call does not. If you plan to write multitask programs and have each task issue system calls, each task will need a stack if tasks are to run concurrently. If a task issues a system stack or system call and no stack is free, the task must wait until one is free. 1 stack is the minimum. 2 stacks if you specified soft error reporting in the diskettes. Extended basic requires another stack. Multi-user basic requires 2 additional stacks. For multitask applications, we recommend 2 stacks, 3 with soft error reporting. For single task applications, 1 stack. DOS automatically allots 2 extra system buffers for the 4th and each additional stack. So it sounds like I should maybe set it to 3 when I do it. Like, it just wouldn't hurt. Like, enable soft error, whatever nonsense, and then add 1 extra stack. It's not processor stack, Vorpal Sword. That's the thing. They're mixing terminology. Yeah, they don't cover how much stack. Yeah. DOS allots a minimum of 6 buffers or 2 buffers per stack, whichever is greater. Extra buffers speed up the system by allowing disk data to remain in memory instead of being swapped out to a disk. This is just awful. Each extra buffer takes an additional 270 words or reduces the amount of memory available for your programs by that much. Block I/O operations, record, read from, or read to, and multiple do not require buffers. If you're unsure of how many extra buffers to specify, we suggest for 32, for diskette-based, 6. Okay. DOS allots a minimum of 6. Not sure how many extra buffers. Well, the 2 recommended is with the soft error. Whoever wrote Lewis didn't understand this all either. Actually, we could be running into an issue where mboot sys only has 1 stack. And then like maybe 2 buffers or something. So it could be a super minimum config because I believe it can run on the 2K RAM version of the CPU card. So it might be an ultra minimal config. So once we generate a proper system for the machine where it knows it's got 32K RAM and stuff, it might be able to buffer the table of contents into RAM and then like boom, run super fast. So it might be swapping data to the disk so much because it doesn't have the memory space available for that because it's only using 2K. It might also be, as soon as we enable 3K, it blows up again because there's some problem that we're not finding right now. So, who knows? All right. Each diskette, like DH0, DP1, is a directory. You can also create and use smaller directories within each. For this question, each smaller directory is called a subdirectory. You can address each subdirectory through the CLI or your programs as if it were a self-contained disk. The utility programs, assembler editors, etc., do not need subdirectories. DOS will not allow more than the number of subdirectories you specify here to be initialized at any moment. But you can always release one subdirectory to initialize another. Depending on the number of categorize you will need for your disk files, good general answers range between 6 and 16. Dang. I think we were setting 0. Not that it really matters, but... Okay, man, this manual is going to be so helpful. Number of mag tape drives, 0. All right, restart on power fail, never. For Micronova systems, you have this hardware option and a battery backup, answer 1, otherwise 0. For Nova systems, if you want this option, answer 1. If your computer has semiconductor memory, you need a backup battery. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That is an amazing way to phrase that. If your computer has semiconductor memory, that's awesome. This is a memory board for an earlier Nova. I do not have one that is compatible with this. Under here is a field of core memory. If you power the machine off, the contents of the core memory stays. It's held there. So you don't need a backup battery to retain the contents of RAM. But semiconductor memory, which is what they're calling, like 4164s, loses the data in RAM. So they're saying you don't need a backup battery for these, but you do for the kinds of RAM that I do actually have in the Nova 4. But it's just kind of hilarious that they're calling the other option semiconductor memory as opposed to this, which is core memory. I love that. That's hilarious. How much memory is that? That was an 8K board. I have no idea how much is in my 4X. I'm hoping 32K, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, this chair. Stupid wood. Okay. That was power fail. Okay. How much is in the Micronova? It's 32 kilowords, so 64K of real memory. All right. So that's actually probably 16 kilobytes of core memory. RTC, primary, secondary, or internal. Most Micronovas have an internal real-time clock. An external clock is available as an option. If you ordered an external RTC with your system, type 0. Otherwise, if your clock is internal, sysgen skips the next question. No, the system must specify 0. The primary clock has... Most Micronovas have an internal real-time clock. I wonder how I know whether or not it is. I like how they say most Micronovas, though. Enter RTC frequency. Dude, unless you want a special frequency for programs, you code yourself, answer 1 for a 10 hertz clock. Standard Basic expects either 10 hertz or Micronova internal clock frequency. Synchronized with a 50 hertz AC, with 50 hertz AC power, type 2. Synchronized with 60 hertz AC power, type 3. So... What? Crazy Boy, awesome. That's really cool. And thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, apparently I don't have a thing open here. One moment. Wiki. I don't know. Is there a 10 hertz crystal on here? .3 Linux audio sucks. That's why, Vorpal Sword. That's it. That's the answer. There is nothing else to debug. It's not a sample rate mismatch. I mean, it is, but the problem is the sample rate drifts, and I don't know why. Because Linux audio sucks. I should just be able to set the sample rate, and then it stays. But it doesn't. I'm not seeing any other clocks. Or crystals. I'm not answering the question of what the audio is because I don't want to get into it. So, no, I'm not saying. I wish there was any kind of information on how to tell whether there was an RTC. I'm gonna guess this is where the ROM would go for the APL. Nothing on the back plane. No. Vorpal Sword, just don't. Don't put it in chat if you're reading ahead. Just don't. You know, I can turn off these 8-inch drives because I think we're done with that for today. Might be able to turn off all of that, but I don't mind letting it run. Not an async card option. No, because it says here, most Micronovas have an internal real-time clock. And external clock is available as an option. So that makes me think it's by Micronova, they mean this. Because you could actually buy just this card as a standalone thing. This is the CPU card. You can buy this standalone, and instead of including a header here that connects to the front panel, it would just come with buttons and LEDs, and you could just apply power to the back, and then it would run. Because in reality, the Micronova is not a mini computer. It's a microcomputer wearing mini computer clothes. So this is a full standalone computer right here. Odd language would agree, yeah. So it's got to be on this. But I don't see evidence of it. What CPU on it? Data General Custom. All right, well, I guess we'll tell it there's an RTC. I don't know, so. And yes, that is Bliss as the background because I had a dark background before and I had a weird video issue. External option maybe on another card. I don't know. I don't know. Again, the documentation is really bad. I think that's the kind of thing where you would have a Data General rep come to your location and they would talk to you about all this stuff. Like they would know what the product catalog is just up here, and they would just do it as a consultation. So it's really hard to say. And I'm sure that the end user was never really expected to run this. This is probably meant only for the techs to run the system gen. I mean, in theory, yeah, you could, but I don't think they expected you to. So, all right, PTR, PTP, no. For most Micronova systems, type 0. Sad. Yep, you got it, Philip. That's probably it. Discrete logic running on CPU crystal. Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about that since it mentions that it could be like different and different pieces of software are expected. I just don't know. It's just strange. Enter number of LPT. The first line printer has device code 17 and DOS file name LPT. The second printer code 57 octal if you have one or two printers. Sysgen asks. Yeah, we don't have a printer, unfortunately. I wish. No printer interface. Card reader. Micronova systems type 0. Sad. Plotter for Micronova. For Micronova. Hold on. It's not for most Micronova systems. They're saying if you have a Micronova, no plotter for you. Boo. An incremental plotter. The plotter has device code. Wait, does plotter have some kind of different meaning here? That's weird. All right, QTY. What is this? Answer 0 for an ALM multiplexer. Okay, that's what I thought it was then. All right. Answer 1 if you want to configure one or more async interface boards as a multiplexer. We would not. Nova System answer if you have a model 6070 multiplexer. Multiplex lines will have frame name, or will have names QTY0. Yeah, okay. So one of the manuals somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. DG doc hardware. CPU Nova 4. There's an installation guide or like setup something. 5 slot. Is it this? I don't think it's this. Wait, 5 slot? Do I have a big boy one? 16. Aw, yeah. Why do I have the big boy one and then have like 3 cards in there? It's not showing it, of course. There's some big one in here. Managing I/O connectors, Nova 4, CS. Installation. This is it. Look at that desk. That thing's incredible. Anyway, at the bottom of this, it's going to talk about this. I think this is what they're talking about. So this is a serial breakout. And I think you have a... So they're not saying the 6070 here. But I think it's for if you're doing this, to have a bajillion users connected to your, mini computer. Yeah, all the dashers. I wish. Actually, I would be satisfied with either the printer or the teletype. I would be very fine with either one. Preferably both. Actually, I don't know what that is. I've only seen that one. I have no idea what that is. That might be an actual line printer. Why does that have a keyboard spot? That's weird. So yeah, I think this is it. Convenience panel. Yeah, it's something like this, I think. But I'm not 100% sure. Okay, number of asynchronous interface boards be used with multiplexer. Apply the number of Micronova boards you wish to use as a multiplexer. Each board provides one full duplex line system console. TT cannot be included in configured multiplexer. You can include the interface in the multiplexer if you don't specify it later in sysgen, second TTY option. Sysgen now asks about the octal device codes associated with each board's receive transmit function. Okay. Okay, device codes, octal for each line. Oh, that's for this, I think. Okay, use default QTY ALM interrupt characters. I don't think we want that. Okay, this might be more complicated. I don't know, it's weird. If you want the new system to support an asynchronous line multiplexer, yeah, so we definitely don't have any of this. So for an ALM multiplexer or no multiplexer, yeah, sysgen will skip the next 6 questions, yeah. Okay. Primary, secondary, ALM, clock frequency. Geez, a lot to this thing. First character, ASCII, yeah. Second character, no. Column size for TT0. Okay, so you have a dasher or other 132 character. Wait, what? This thing's 132 characters? I don't think so. One, two, three, 4. That's half of the screen. 5, 6, 7, 8, and it wrapped. There might be a terminal code to switch it over. I don't think I want it to be more compressed, though. More characters would not really be preferable. That's where the dynamic focus current circuit comes in. I don't think mine has that installed, does it? I don't remember. I mean, that could be interesting. I predict we're going to make a lot of different systems to try stuff out. This is going to be annoying.
For use as CHER 100 for 132 call mode. Send code size and upgrade your glasses prescription. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Okay, second TTY. If you have a console connected to the second teletypewriter interface, this has device code 50 and octal TT. Okay. If you answer 1, sysgen asks about the column size. If you have a second console. Oh, I am not on it. No, I don't wear glasses. It's just, it's a CRT, man. It's just resolutions, you know, only as good as it's, you know, gonna be. I wouldn't really. Additionally, information density. Like, I don't necessarily want more than that. Ha! I got it better for you. There, fine. Okay, if you have a second console connected to the typewriter interface. It is a 6053, Ben, not a 6052. No problem, man. Good to know. Wonder what it means by dasher then. Maybe the D200 or 100. So, I'm trying to figure out why, maybe, when we did a sysgen earlier and we set the second TTY, it would have crashed. Serial doesn't care if there isn't a terminal. I don't know if this makes it multi-user or not. This is going to be another one of those things where we just try it, I think, later and see. Yeah, well, we're not doing it today, Vorpal Sword, and again, I don't need you to read ahead. Additionally, we can run sysgen on SimH and let it run boom. All right, core dump facility. If system comes down unexpectedly, core dump program copy memory to diskette or the line printers, help identify the problem. You can also, I don't want it to print 32,000 words to the paper. Good grief, no. You can also invoke the core dump program yourself, described in executable data, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we're always going to be saying no to core dump. Core dump question is the last sysgen question. Okay. For the new sysgen okay, last in the sysgen dialog. Sysgen now selects the modules for the new system from the sysgen libraries and tells the relocatable loader. Okay, so that's the RDLNR or whatever or something. To load the new system. The whole process takes several minutes for hard disk and about 15 for diskette-based systems. DOS. Don't be alarmed at the delay. Soon control will be returned to the CLI, which issues the prompt. Okay. So one of the reasons why I have been leaving the computer on and running here in the background is because I want to make sure that it is stable. So we've now had the computer on for almost
2025 SICHER 100. If you go to the end of the last page, it says end of line and end of file all. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, crazy boy. I've been leaving it running so that we can tell that it's stable. So it's been about 4 hours now that it's been on and has had 0 issues. So yeah, it is very solid. So when we get to the point where it's doing something that takes 15 minutes, I can be pretty confident that it's just going to work through it. So if we have a problem, it will be pure software, not hardware, most likely. I mean, there might be, oh my gosh, it's going to be thunking around the floppy drives the whole time. The entire time, like a thunk, 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 thunk. I'm going to have to record that. That's going to be amazing. At least once, I'm going to have to record the floppy drives thunking back and forth. That'll have to be like a second channel video of it running sysgen. That will be amazing. Oh my gosh. So, all right. Your new system has been built. That's optimistic. The next step depends on the kind of hardware you have. For your sample sysgen dialogues, blah, 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 figures sysgen, Micronova, and Nuve hard disk. Man, this thing has a lot of typos in it. Like, I know I'm not good at typing, but like, I'm not publishing like documentation. And Nova, sysgen's Micronova disk. You have a hard disk system. Continue to the next section for diskette-based DOS. Skip to the section testing your new system diskettes. All right, hard disks. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and skip that. Diskettes. Okay. Before you give your new diskette-based system, for you to test it, you must give the diskette, which holds it, a CLI DOS in it. DOS. Dude, what? It doesn't even copy over all the files? So we move V, CLI, OL, SV, CLI, ER. I don't think we ever copied ER. I'm not 100% sure what that is. Boot SV and DOS init.sv. Now, I don't think we need DOS init, but it's a good idea. So move or load commands from diskette take a while to execute, so don't be alarmed at the delay. Now that you're ready to start up, a tailored system. Okay. Boot DP1 sys. So we can specify that too. That's really good to know. That would allow us to boot off the second drive. Wait a minute. That's kind of really cool. If we wrote, we could copy the disk we have right now and test booting off of the second drive right now, except that it's probably going to take more than 10 minutes. But that's really, really good to know. So you've done this before, provide the date and time, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The R prompt means that your tailored DOS is running. You receive an error message. If you receive an error or don't receive R prompt, bring up the starter system again, steps, blah, blah. Run through sysgen and command again. Yeah, if it didn't work, try again. And then use the same system. Scary, it said don't do that. Oh no. Okay. Remove my starter diskette from DP0, store it safely. I assume that when you bought a Nova from Data General, because they're obviously delivering it on like a pallet and setting it up for you. Like, they're not just like giving you a box that says, here's, 500 pounds of computer good luck. They must have had a tech run through this to set up your system, because it is a very technical process to get it going. Because, you get it all dumped off and it's like, see you later, pal, and you have no idea what all is there. So it's just kind of funny that they're like, here's my starter disk, like you made it yourself and you know what you're doing. So this diskette has the starter system, sysgen, SV, sysgen libraries, bootstrap. Use it for future sysgens. Okay, now that note that you cannot bootstrap DOS from a write-protected disk, so you may want to leave the tape on the My Starter diskette. If you remove the tape, replace before you use the diskette again. Well, why would you if you can't use it? 2 reasons for this. First, it allows you to bootstrap from the diskette. Second, any files moved or copied from write-protected diskette automatically receive attributes APW. This This means that when you move or copy a file from a write-protected diskette, the copy cannot be deleted or modified in any way. This rule applies to my system diskette and to all user diskettes. You can copy a file from such a diskette without assigning PWD with the xfer command. Okay. Well, they had their own repair people. I have documents full of service notes from official Data General technicians. That's the only form of documentation I got with a machine, is how much work it took to keep them going. Managed to make some unintelligible notes in service manual. Yeah. Sorry. If you have a line printer, you can now print a copy of sysgen dialog. Ooh, that's cool to know. Can I tell it to redirect that to a terminal or console? So here's the thing. I don't know if DOS memory requirements. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I don't know if I can just tell it to spit out stuff to the second TTY without enabling it. I don't know how that works. I understand that correctly. Write protection is inherited. I think what it is from a write protected diskette automatically receive, which means that when you move or copy a file from write protected diskette, it cannot be moved file. Yes. So files can be write protected, and if the disk is itself write protected, then it makes the copy write protected as well, at the software level. All right. The load map, which gives addresses where system modules will execute, is also stored on the disk or diskette. Under syslm, this file will allow you to apply patches, disk updates, which DG may supply in the future. To your system, you should retain it until you have determined that you need not patch the system. Yeah, we could delete that because if we're gonna patch it, we're gonna do so much patching. Like it's not even gonna be funny. Worse than that, write protected. I think those bits mean it's immutable. You can't even remove the write protection. That's hilarious. Okay. Then if you have a disk-based system, go to Chapter 6. Tells you how to initialize fixed disk and other essential things. If you have a diskette-based system, go to Chapter 7, which tells you how to load utilities you want. Man, you know how amazing it would be if one of my removable platters is the starter system for the 4? Oh, that would be so cool. It technically could be shared between them, too. It'd be really hilarious if I'm going through all this pain to learn all this stuff, and then it's like on one of the disk packs. And just because I've, cherished them so much, I don't want to do all this. Maybe we'll find my slightly older version of the software on there once we get everything going and can image disks. That would be so cool. But we'll see. That's a long ways away. So Chapter 7, okay, sysgen, yep, that's a bunch of stuff. All right, see, they got the printer option on their dasher. That's how they were able to capture this stuff. I'm jealous. All right, so it'd be diskette-based for Chapter 7. Boop, all right. Loading utilities, optimizing your system. DOS utilities, why doesn't it mention the micro boot? Oh, there it is. Oh, it was 2 sections. Okay. All right. Chapter use load utilities. Great. Edit. So it comes with an assembler, which is really nice. Macro assembler, fancy pants, Micronova, basic instruction definitions. All of these SR files used primarily to build the macro assembler permanent. Ugh, that's crazy. Relocatable binary file. Edit multi-terminal text editor. Wow, fancy. Super text editor. Dude, how many editors you gotta give me? Watch, edit is Edlin, and NS speed is like Vim. Nova basic instruction definitions. So SR, is that like a text file? No! Oh! Oh, these are going to be the conversion tables from opcodes to machine language. Oh, that's gonna be, so it's gonna be really important that we have embed. Nbid, we need M. Okay. Symbolic file editor, library file editor. Man, it's gonna be complicated. Octal file editor. There's a hex editor included. That's actually pretty nice. I really like that. That's cool. Okay. Octal file editor. That's amazing. Disk editor runs without DOS. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Dude, why are there like 12 different editors, man? That's crazy. Diskette to diskette, copy program, patch installation, patch file creation. So I'm gonna relocate a little loader program, do that. System library contains task and code, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's boring stuff. Old pre 2.0. Do we really need both? I mean, maybe, how would it even work? Because it wouldn't look for that file. That's weird. Fast disk dump. Ooh. Described in CLI manual. Fast disk load program. Hold on here. Wait a moment. Fast disk dump, fast disk load? Ooh, hold on. Detour. Software. DOS, RDOS? I need the CLI manual. DG, RDOS, give me the CLI manual. Command line interpreter. Is this properly OCR'd? It is. Okay, so I want fdump. Fdump. Why? Seriously? Okay, well, I may have to look this up. RDOS documentation. Debugging utility. Super text editor. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm just kind of curious. It's just like, what's it look like? Give me a screenshot. Come on. Let me see. Gimme. I like that it's a glass terminal. Come on. Show me what it looks like. If you're not showing me a screenshot, I'm getting concerned it's a line editor. Please give me a screenshot. Oh, no, don't tell me it's a line editor. No. No. I want the good one to not be a line editor. Okay. Command line interpreter. Okay. RDOS, DOS, okay. Fdump. Please. Yes! Okay. Fast dump utilities for tape and disk. Okay, 2 cents fast dump and fast load utilities. Dedump, deload for diskette storage. Fdump, fdeload for tape storage. That's a problem. You do not need to specify file name arguments to dump or load by default. Okay. Dump fills a single diskette or tape. The utility prompts you to insert another diskette or to mount another tape and continues to dump. Oh, so we could dump a hard disk platter to floppies, and it would only take 15 floppy disks in order to do it. That's cool. Oh wait, it's 2.5, so 8. Dump fills, okay, must load from multiple volumes, diskettes, tapes in order, which you need to dump them. The utility to prompt you the next cassette or tape in sequence is needed. These utilities are fast using the dump and load commands. They do not have to spend time selecting individual files. Everything in the current directory is dumped. Ooh, everything in the current directory. The utilities initialize the device you specify automatically. Okay, see a dump, load descriptions in this manual. Well, are you kidding? There's a separate backups manual? Backups and move utilities. F dump. I'm supposed to look up dump. Okay, magnetic tape backup, diskette tape backup. Dump dialog, magnetic tape, diskette backup. I would really like it to do it over paper tape. Because that's just cereal. So there's a benefit to using a built-in dump program over one I write myself, in that it's easier for other people to run it. Disk directories, tapes. Micronova, Nova, so those are cross-compatible. Burst utilities can run standalone without an operating system or faster variable with burst utilities. You cannot choose to save or restore a particular file directory. You backup or restore a whole disk in any operation. Well, hold on now. I like the sound of that. Where do I get this burst thing? Okay, I think I got more research to do. I may not have to write a disk imaging utility, provided that it actually supports the 6095 correctly. Maybe the 6038 would be required, although it did show the Micronova, which is 6038 for diskettes, so it supports it. Maybe. That's a big deal find. And that is why we read the manual. Okay. That was huge. That's a real big deal there. I will be looking into that. Philip, I think that whatever the burst utilities are that do the whole disk at once is what I want. It looks like Fast Dump dumps a directory, which can be listed, can be for a directories. Not binary data of the whole disk image. That's what the burst stuff it was talking about is. So I gotta look that up. There's more to this that we need to figure out. All right, you know what? I should shut these off because I don't want to let them run overnight. I mean, I want some burn-in time, but I don't want to burn the office down. So, good night. I love how comfortable I'm getting letting this run. It's just fun, and it feels good to like have it be at a point where I can just like leave it on. Like it's a computer, I'm using it. It's not like the Micronova, oh my gosh, spooky. So yeah, oh, that was some real good stuff we learned today. I am very excited about that. So, yeah, oh, that's some hope right there. All right, it is outro time. Well, we will be continuing this tomorrow. I don't know if I will read the manuals more off stream or not. Genuinely, I don't know. It depends on what I do this evening. So we may be continuing reading more tomorrow because, we found out a lot of stuff there. I may also, oh yeah, video. Good call, Vorpal Sword. I actually was about to forget and go home and sit on the couch and think like, I'm all done for today. And then I would have forgot. Yeah, there is a video today. So I do have like a notification, a calendar reminder that's supposed to let me know to release a video, but somehow it's off by a week. So I keep forgetting. Edit, hold on, public. And then I can add it to a playlist. You know what's really annoying? I can't add the videos to playlists before I make them public, because then people will find the unlisted videos in the playlists. And there we go. There is now a new video on the channel about getting that floppy drive up and running if you want to watch it. So yeah, you can go check that out. You did see most of that video live if you watched that stream or the VOD, but there is some new stuff in there. Not a ton, and it doesn't really change the video, it's just some things that I pointed out. So, if you enjoyed this stream, then you will definitely want to follow to be notified when I go live again next, which is in 20 hours. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that will be it for now, and I will see you all. One of these days, the printer thinks it's gonna work. Come on, work. I locked it. There we go.